to elevate your everyday? Visit TravisMatthew.com and get 20% off your first.
O'Reilly.
Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free in or out of your vehicle. We can help you find the best battery for your vehicle and budget. O'Reilly Auto Parts has batteries starting at just $89.99. Get your battery tested for free today at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Royals play here.
Caglione blasts it. Deep center field. Cruz is back. He looks up. It's way out of here. Jack Caglione's second home run at Kauffman Stadium is a moonshot to dead center. 466 feet. 110.8 off the bat. Whoa!
You're home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Announcing Lee Summit Subaru's 0% event. Up to 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. And we have the largest selection of Subaru certified pre-owned vehicles in Kansas City, starting as low as 1.9% for 72 months, plus a $200 gas card with purchase. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Based on January 2025 through June 2025 Kansas City inventory listings.
Imagine buying your next car from one dealership.
With the support of many.
With everything you'll ever need.
When you buy from any of the Balderston Auto Group dealerships, you're getting the support from all of our dealerships.
Like our 100 service bays, collision, and detail centers.
And our free exclusive lifetime warranty. No other auto group gives you that.
From north, central, south, the Balderston Auto Group has you covered.
A family committed to
excellence, growth,
and harmony.
Go to bagkc.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, it's Alex Gold, and since I'm the single guy here at the station, yeah, I know.
Wow, how surprising.
They're having me read this promo about Instagram. You probably didn't even know we had an Instagram, right?
Hello, Instagram followers.
But now you do. So do me a favor and go follow us at TheFan965. Win tickets, get behind-the-scenes content from the station. Plus, watch videos like Chiefs Take Tuesday and Best Bets on Sundays.
100%.
You're listening to your home for Kansas City sports.
Wake up with Fescoe and Dusty.
Fan.
Weekdays starting at 6 on 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Happy Monday. Fescoe and Dusty. Live, 96.5 The Fan. Find it on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, all the ways you can watch it. Subscribe, like it. Goes to the top of your screen. You've heard me say that enough, but you got to do it enough. Did you guys have a good weekend?
Good weekend, yeah. Very busy weekend from a kid's perspective. But
a lot of swimming?
No, we had swimming on Friday. We had soccer on Friday and Saturday, and yesterday was kind of a day to rest. Went over to the High V and got some groceries and did all that kind of good stuff and made some fried rice last night.
Ooh,
and
nice.
Hey, look, you found something that the kids go to. You continue to make it over and over and over
Japanese
again,
barbecue sauce?
You know, this time I just made the fried rice and I let everybody dress it themselves. And I said, because you always complain, it's too salty, it's not salty enough, too barbecuey, not barbecuey. So here it is. I'm going to make it. I'm going to put a little sesame oil, a little soy sauce. I'm going to make the rice. I said, you guys dress it the way that you want to dress it. You know what they put on it? Nothing. Of course, they just ate it the way that it was because it was fine. Yeah, because kids like plain.
Because you had to put some sort of soy sauce in the
I did. I put a little soy sauce in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Very little, though. Very little soy sauce, little sesame oil, and then I got to go. But that Japanese barbecue sauce had a buy one, get one free at High V the other day. You better believe Daddy stacked up on those. Yeah. Oh hell yes, I did. Buy one, get one free. Hey. I know a bargain when I see one.
I like this, Bob.
Yeah. I just want to win, Jim. So you better believe it, I did.
Walking out double-fisted with Japanese barbecue sauce.
Yeah. Hey, that's a big day when you're in your 40s, man.
Yeah,
buy one, get one free on a product you use all the time. Hell yes.
Do the double take. Wait a minute, buy one? All right.
Yeah, and that stuff doesn't go bad. You can leave that on the shelf, but you go through it so fast. If you make fried rice, half a bottle of that stuff is gone right away.
So good.
Yeah, but busy weekend, soccer, all that kind of stuff.
Soccer never sleeps.
It really doesn't, right? Like it was the high school, like they had a little bit of a tournament this weekend. So it was interesting this weekend because I think a lot of parents will, kind of appreciate the story. I told you guys about this. It was basically a tournament that they put on for high school kids and their teams to train new referees for the upcoming season, right?
Because of the parents.
Yeah, right. And so they sent out this whole email, hey, this is kind of a tournament. You want to win, you want to play good, but we're using this to train our new referees, right? And so all these new referees, kids and whatnot, are out there, and they're trying to learn how to referee as the kids are playing soccer. Told to everybody ahead of time, go easy on the refs, right? Go easy on the refs this week. They're training, they're new, yada, yada. Fine. Of course, we get to the field a couple minutes before the game starts. Another one's going into penalty kicks, which is cool. A lot of these games running in penalty kicks over the weekend, which is a lot of fun. Fun way to end a game. I know kids probably don't like to end it that way. The teams probably don't like, but from a fan perspective, it's good, right? So the referee made a call. The goalie left the goal line too early or something like that. All these parents start screaming at the referees. And finally, one parent goes, did you all not read the email? These are people that have never done this before that are learning how to referee. That didn't really put them at bay. And as we're switching seats, you move your chair in, everybody moves their chair out. One woman turns to me and she goes, I hope you get a better referee. I go, you do realize they're learning, right? This is a training session for the referees. And she looks at me, she goes, well, they better go back to school. I'm like, okay. Nice. All right, Karen, have a seat over there. It's July. This tournament doesn't mean anything for anybody. It's get a little playing time with your team and train some refs. And Karen and Todd and Charlie are all out here screaming at the parents or screaming at the referees like it's a big deal. Like, come on, man. Put a pipe in it and shut up.
Exhibition games?
Oh God, yes.
So
None
there's
of it
nothing on the line.
Like they're not even supposed to be affiliated with the school according to the the CASIA rules and whatnot. And like we were like the Legends of East or something like that. Kind of like they do that that TBT tournament and something of that nature. So it was basically to get these referees some experience in games that don't matter. And you still have asshat parents out here yelling and screaming at people who may have been doing it literally for the first time ever. And you're going to take your aggression out on them. Sit back in your chair, Sally.
She thought she got him with that slam. That was a slam.
Yeah.
Better go back to school.
Yeah. Oh, she was happy about that as she grabbed her venti Starbucks 7,000 calorie drink and took another sip in her rocker.
Just a few hours away from her King Crawford.
I was
saying,
I thought she had the Yeti teal blue Kim Crawford
not quite at that time of day. That was the early game. That was like the 11 a.m. game. So they were finishing up the 10 a.m. game or something like that.
She's got some class.
It's a little bit of class, but she was definitely going for the Kim Crawford after that. Her silver minivan. Yeah. Get in that silver minivan, throw your rocker in the back, grab your Kim Crawford, and tear around Johnson County, lady.
Yeah. Head out to Lee Summit later if you're feeling it. I'll Coach Ease. I know that I'm hard. From the 785.
so.
Happy Monday, y'all.
Yeah.
Text line, how was your weekend? We don't ever ask the text line how their weekend
was, right? How was your weekend?
Fantastic. Friday was nothing really crazy. Just kind of went to a wedding. It was really low key.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Probably the smallest I've ever been to.
Perfect.
It was at the Union in downtown.
Okay.
So kind of crazy. We were like a block away from 311 at Grinders.
Oh, how was that?
I felt bad because it was outside and there was like a storm that came through.
Oh, no. Yeah, Friday.
Yeah, because I think the game got delayed on Friday, right? It got delayed on Friday and yesterday.
I know yesterday got delayed a little bit.
Friday's when it had like the orange scene.
Okay.
Like everybody was taking pictures on Twitter and you could see like the orange sky. And so like we were inside, it was really cool. You know, you have like your little like pre-happy hour, then they get married very quick.
Yep.
Guy's a huge nerd, came down to A New Hope, Star Wars. That's what he walked
nice.
down.
That's awesome.
They walked down the aisle together with the Game of Thrones theme.
Cool.
So that was cool. Best man speech under 2 minutes. Bridesmaid speech 2:30. Nailed it.
Do you think they told them ahead of time to keep these things, quick?
Yeah. And then 10:30, they're like, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah.
Uber. Very popular time to get an Uber. So crazy how different it is in the suburbs and the city.
Yeah.
You put in an Uber in the suburb, it'll be like, it'll be there in 17 minutes. You're like, okay. And then you go to the city and it's like your Uber has arrived. Right when you plug it in, you're like, let's go.
Perfect. Go.
But I did find out that when you plan ahead with the Uber, like the book in advance, that's the way to do it.
It is.
So like if you know like you're gonna leave at 5:30, right? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just put in pickup time. It's like when you discover pick up at the store, like instead of going to Chipotle, just order it ahead of time. Now you're gambling.
Yeah, you are.
But no, it was great. But no, we could hear 311, or I could hear 311 when we were out there waiting for the Uber. And then Saturday, just had a pool party day for a gal who was having a birthday.
Nice.
Called it an early night, and then it started pouring rain.
Oh, yeah.
They're like,
it
let's
rained,
come over to our buddy's driveway. We're going to hang out the rest of the night. I was like, yeah, we've been after it. It's about 2 o'clock. It's 6:30. I've been in the sun. I think it's just going to go home and relax. I mean, literally like an hour later, it was buckets.
Yeah, it was, And we're dealing with the dog, too. And that's been, if anybody's got any tips on how to deal with the dog during all this, because she's been whacked out for the last couple of weeks with the fireworks and all that kind of stuff. And I saw an ad last night. I don't know if you've purchased this yet, dog earmuffs.
Oh.
If you look them up, they come in 3 sizes. I think maybe they came in 4 sizes: small, medium, large, and jumbo. And it's like these 2 like cones you put over your dog's ears, and it's supposed to muffle the sound of all of the noise going on. I don't know if it's worth a buy or anything like that.
Definitely not.
Probably not. Should kick those things off her head right away.
They have like super hearings. I don't know if that's gonna work.
From the text line, 311 junkie here. 2 311 concerts. Friday was fine after the early rain, and they went to Omaha on Saturday. 311 was pretty badass from the 816. And then someone said they saw 3 musicals, even saw Rob Britton at West Side Story at the J.
Oh, nice. Very nice, Rob. Going to the J to see West Side Story. I like him. Yeah.
Tell me you're married without telling me you're married.
Honey, what are we doing tonight? Well, we're going to the White Theater at the J to watch West Side Story. That is marriage in a nutshell right there. They do great performances, obviously.
Oh, yes, they
at
do.
the J, but like when you're a guy in your 20s, the last thing you ever dream about is going to a Broadway show on a Saturday night, right? Like,
yes, exactly.
It's fantastic.
That's
I love
awesome.
it. Like, I love it. I'd be there in a heartbeat, but Rob is like in his 20s, and I'm surprised he wasn't stressing about KU football or something like that over the
He'll be here
weekend.
at 10:30 today, so we'll have to ask him a question about how his event was, because he'll have no idea, because he's not up.
No
He's not
chance.
listening.
No.
Hey, how was West Side Story? How'd you know I went to West Side Story?
Oh, got eyes everywhere.
How do I know?
Yeah, but that's what I tell my kids all the time. They go, how do you know? I said, you don't understand. I've got eyes everywhere in this town. Everywhere in this town. You do something that's wrong, I know about it before you know about
Got
it.
Lord Varys over here.
Oh, hell yes, I do.
He's got his spiders in the walls.
Yeah, my kids are screwed. They have no idea. People call all the time. Your kid was doing this, or your kid was doing that, and I get reports all the time. And so now we get them on Rob Bretton too. Remember, I told Scott Pioli this years and years ago. I said, if you take a dump, Scott, I'm going to know about it sooner rather than later. And Scott didn't take a dump much after that. Actually, he did.
And then Sunday watched the draft.
You did? You got on board on that a little bit?
Oh yeah, I want to see. I watched probably the entire first round, just because I don't know, the card industry obviously.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Then, And then I wanted to see if it was going to be the Holiday kid or if it was going to be the kid from LSU.
And it was neither.
Neither one of them.
Surprises.
It was a shock of a draft.
It really was. Yep.
The youngest player ever was drafted number 1 overall. Yep. Wiltz, I think was his name.
Willits, maybe?
Willits, yeah, to the Nationals. So now they've had Harper, Soto, Strasburg. They have James Wood now, and then they'll have this kid. We'll see if one of them actually ends up staying with Washington because no one has. Fired their GM, fired their head, their manager, and first pick of the draft, they went completely opposite track what everyone thought they were going to do. Jackson Holiday or Ethan Holiday ends up going to Colorado.
Which is a great fit for him.
Yeah,
I mean, did you see the tweet the Rockies put out right away? Been a fan since age 1 because they had him when Matt was playing there and him in his uniform was cool. But yeah, that Willits kid I think is what it was. Going number 1 overall, and then the kid who went number 2 overall was a total surprise as well. And all the guys just kept getting pushed down the board. I guess it has to do with slotted money and bonus pool money or something we shouldn't have to care about as sports fans. It doesn't matter. But hopefully these guys get up to the big league ball club. That was the great thing about last year's draft. All those guys are at the big league level. And you could kind of see last night, I was watching MLB Network. I don't know which network you chose to watch the draft on, but they're trying to make it like the NFL draft. And the NFL could learn a lot from Major League Baseball. Speed up that first round, man. Like Major League Baseball, just for everything they do slow. If that thing wasn't on TV, that first round would have been over in 10 minutes. There's no question in my mind that thing would have been over in 10 minutes.
There's also like 700 rounds in baseball, so they expedite it.
I mean, they've actually limited it recently, but it's still a very long draft. But football could learn, man, and baseball could learn too. People get excited about these players. Get them up to the big leagues. Look at what this year has done. How many people are going to the All-Star game that were drafted last year, right? I mean, it's like all of a sudden all these young guys that we want to see play are actually playing at the big league level, and that's a good thing. So hopefully this draft does the same type of thing as last year's draft did.
Did you have a good weekend, Dr. Mackenstein?
It was good. I was dealing with some car BS, but it's okay.
We almost fought a guy.
I know. You fought a guy at Jiffy Lube?
Oh, yeah, at the Valvoline.
Oh, we got to hear that story coming up on the other side.
Absolutely.
Did you fall in the little hole there that they have where the people are standing under it?
I wish I would have. I would have been safer.
Someone tells me you took Bob's advice to go to this place. And then now you have a situation that only Fescoe finds himself into.
I'm never going. Well, we don't need to. Yeah, it's okay.
Well,
it's okay.
We'll hear about it on the other side. But I got to hear how you got into this thing and how you got out of it because it wasn't me that sent you there.
We'll also talk about the Royals and second half expectations. In case you were wondering, Sean Gamble and Josh Hammond were the kids the Royals took in the first round.
They took a gamble on that guy.
Oh, it's funny because he says it's a gamble. Family Guy. But no, and then we'll give everything else that we need to look forward to in the second half as well here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, here we are at the All-Star break, and you have an opportunity this week to get in on the Underdog app, not just for the All-Star game, but for all baseball season as well. You can go yard all baseball season long with Underdog's Champions Game. And Underdog is a leading place to make all of your sports selections, and guess what? You can now play in the state of Missouri. To play, all you have to do is download the app and choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats. And you can choose from things like home runs, strikeouts, total bases, and so much more. And once that entry feels good, you can play with as little as $1. And if you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. And there's going to be a lot of fun on the Underdog app with the home run derby going on. Higher or lower than some of these home run numbers, you can get in on the Underdog app right now. I like combining entries from multiple sports as well. So once football gets here, you got football and baseball going on at the same time. Combine your selections into one entry. So what you need to do is download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit with promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See underdogfantasy.com/web/deposit-match-terms. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending want to help you save a ton of money, just like they've done for us over the last couple of years. You got to take the free mortgage checkup with Golden Oak Lending. Regardless if you're looking for a new mortgage or not, you should talk to the folks over at Golden Oak because they may have an opportunity to get you a lower rate than you're currently in right now. And we all run into those situations where we need a little extra cash. Maybe you've got some outstanding credit card bills. Maybe college tuition is coming due here in the next month or so. And you've got some weddings to pay for, too. I know September is already busy with a ton of weddings, and you're looking for a little bit of extra cash. You're looking for a little breathing room. Golden Oak Lending could help you get there. But without that free mortgage checkup, you'll never know. It's risk-free. There's no paperwork. There's no credit card required. It's just a simple phone call and conversation to let Golden Oak Lending know where you are and where you want to go. Then they'll do all the work behind the scenes. And if they have a great low rate for you that's better than what you're in right now, they'll put you in that loan. If they don't, they'll let you know that as well. And they'll never put you in a loan that isn't better than what you're currently in. The average cash-out customer at Golden Oak Lending saves $1,104 per month, and you can go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. So you're going into the fall without having to make that next mortgage payment. Call them today and take that free mortgage checkup, 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. We can reawaken any space to make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown 15 minutes. Kansas side 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Does anybody have more fun than Rex Hutler calling a game?
I don't think anybody does.
I mean, he makes the sound of a horse.
Sitting there.
And doesn't miss the
To
beat.
the left. Demo dives. He missed it. Come on, all the way past him. Salvi gets on his horse. Wilson waves him home. All the way home. Tie game.
I mean, that's Friday night, right? Or is that Saturday? I can't remember.
Oh, that was really good. It doesn't
So
matter
good.
when it was, but you gave Rex the ultimate compliment there, Dusty, and I think he would probably hear that and go, yeah, that is the ultimate compliment. Nobody's having more fun doing what he does than Rex Hudler, and you can sense it. Rex has always had a good time in the booth, whether the team's winning games or losing games. He's always had a lot of fun calling games, and that's what needs to happen in baseball. We need more guys like the Rex Hudlers of the world that are going to have fun instead of being so stodgy and whatnot. That's why I love Rex so much, is because he understands it's entertainment. He understands it's fun. He walked around a baseball field on Thursday night with no shoes on.
That's right.
The man,
Gotta feel the earth back.
yeah. You gotta like, I mean, you gotta have fun doing these things. And if you're gonna make a horse noise, that's fantastic. I'm sure there's a couple of stodgy nerds out there that probably got mad about that or something, but I love it. I think that's the way you need to broadcast baseball games. Show people you're having fun, then they're gonna have fun watching it.
Yeah. Forgot who he replaced.
Well, I can tell you, it's Frank White.
Yeah,
and
no
Frank
doubt.
was not having fun when he was calling the Royals games. He was not very good at calling the Royals games. That's why they let him go, I guess. I don't know. You'd have to look into that.
We'll have to recall that conversation.
Yeah, we
a
should
little later.
probably recall that at some point in time, sometime in August.
Maybe you recall hearing this weekend?
What do you want next, my friend?
I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I want my wife next. It's gonna be a lot of ground and pounding. Ground and pounding. She know what it is. Find out.
Derek Lewis wins his UFC fight and just without skipping a beat.
What do you want next, my friend?
I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I want my wife next. It's gonna be a lot of ground and pounding. Ground and pounding. She know what it is.
She know what it is.
Get their
And bless her heart was just sitting right there in the staying right there in the wing going, oh, shoot.
Now I know how Jen feels.
It's gonna be a lot of ground and pounding. Ground and pounding.
I love that, though. Like, what do you want for the next 2 weeks? I just want to see my wife, man. I've been gone for a long time. I just want to see my wife. I know how that is, you know. You're gone for a week at the Super Bowl. I was like, I just want to see my wife and kids. I'm ready for that, you know. God love 100%. You guys, but it's the love of your life, you know. Right. And so I love that answer. That, again, fun. Have fun doing it. We're not talking about that guy unless he's having fun afterwards, giving some lame cliche that he messes up. Like, that's wonderful right there. That's real human emotion right there. We need more of that in sports.
And that's after, like, the most masculine thing. Beat a guy's ass. What do you want next? Title shot? No. My wife.
Yeah. I want to go home to my wife, man. I love her. All right, cool.
Wait. Yeah,
So
he's the king of quotes, man.
Yeah.
My balls was hot.
My balls was hot.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
He's that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know it when you get the microphone. You're like, yes, here
Here
comes
we
my
go,
moment.
dude.
All right. And all you said was, "What's next?"
Yeah.
That's all you had to do.
It wasn't like you said, "You haven't seen your wife in a couple of weeks, man. What do you guys plan on doing?"
Yeah,
Didn't even give him that.
What's next? It was like Frank Clark after the AFC Championship game.
shoot.
How you doing? Let me tell you how
Yeah.
I'm doing.
Bring it
goes
over
on.
here. So speaking of ground and pound, you almost ground and pounded some guy at a mechanic place.
Yeah, what happened to
this
you?
Yeah.
So I'm getting this oil change.
Call this guy an effer.
My car gets effed up. So bay one is GG's. Bay one is no more. There's 2 bays now at this oil change store. Okay, so we cannot exit.
Who the hell is Gigi?
That means good. Yeah.
Good game. Yeah, good game. It's over. Basically, it's done. Okay.
Well, I don't know if that was his mother's new name. I never heard that
It's
one.
gaming
Most
lingo.
people probably ask that same thing, Bob. So that's fair.
It's what lingo?
It's gaming lingo. So if you're playing Madden and you get a touchdown with like a minute 30 left to go play 10, some guy in your ear will be like, GG's.
GG's.
Thank you.
Good game.
Some guy in my ear.
Well, you wear a headset.
I know. I'm out of that stage, man. Like
Different ages and different
it
graphics.
really is like go outside and make a friend, man. Like on your
Bob's
headset.
like, Gigi's was a place you go get an enchilada and smoke a dart next to a guy that had no shoes on.
Hell
Shawnee.
yes. Yeah, that describes Shawnee in a nutshell.
So that was what Gigi's was.
I was going to get an Uber. Valvoline's like, we'll just take you home so we don't have to buy you an Uber because you can't drive home. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I don't have to wait.
How do we get to the point where Valvoline is offering an Uber?
Because my car doesn't work. They broke my car.
Okay, let's start from the beginning
car.
so people know.
They broke my car. My car no longer works. They broke a dipstick in my engine. It's a long story short. Go see a mechanic. Anyways, they're going to take my car to a mechanic. I need to go home. They give me an Uber home, except they don't. They just decide, we can just drive you. It's cheaper for us. You don't have to wait. I'm like, okay. This nice Valvoline woman, I get in her car. We try to exit. They only have 2 bays, long lines, only one exit, right? They have the employee parking lot that all the employees have to move their cars so we could exit out of that way. We don't want to do that. So we're just trying to move behind this one car. Older man in his vehicle could clearly move up over 2 feet. Looking at us on his phone, I'm like, hey, man, can you move? Kind of just trying to, mouth to him through the window, giving me, very perturbed looks, already frustrated on his phone, side-eyeing me and this woman that I don't know that I'm in her car, that we're just trying to leave this parking lot, moves up a couple inches, starts to look away again, clearly annoyed. I roll down my window. Hey, buddy, move forward. We got to get out. We can't get out. And he's just, being a D, right? Making bad faces, whatever. She's like, okay, I'm going to go ask an employee to move. And so she moves her car, and she starts to go get employees to move their car. And I'm like, okay. So I get out of the car. When she gets out of the car, and I just hear her, because she sees me storming to this old man's car. And I just hear her go, oh, okay. And then I just keep going. I knock on this guy's window. He's like, hey, what do you want? What do you want?
Roll it down.
He rolls it down just a smidge. Just a smidge. I'm like, he's like, what do you want? I'm like, why are you being an a-hole? He's like, what? He's like, well, I just objectively saw you be a really big jerk to everyone, so it's okay. We found someone that's an employee that's going to take their time from their actual job to stop what they're doing and be nice to us, move their car. It's okay. You have a great day. And he's like, you don't call me that. I just walked away. I was like, you, sir, suck. That just ticked me off. It really did for the next few hours. I really had to cool down just because I can't imagine just being so selfish. Dude, you could have just moved up to the right of that person's car.
Dude, it's only been a year around me, so you need to calm down.
You're not tough. You're not tough. Let's get to it. Come on,
me.
man.
This is me.
Hey. Off to a good start, buddy. I got it all on record.
Someone would have had it on record, man. I was ready to throw hands, dude. Just be nice to people. You could have moved up past someone's car. We could have gotten out of the parking lot. You could have reversed back.
So did they fix your car?
No, well, that's a different story. Again, just go take your car to a mechanic. Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Okay. Where's your car right now?
I have it. Yeah.
You do have it.
Yeah,
okay,
I have
so it works.
It works because of my wallet. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's trying to get that money back because they screwed it up.
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah. So now you got to deal with all that.
Now I'm dealing with all that.
You did win the Love Island vote.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, hey, at least you got that over the weekend, right?
Yeah. Yes, I got to win.
Captain teammate over here.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, boys. I appreciate you.
There you go.
Yes.
So let's, I'm sorry for that. That sucks.
Yeah, that sucks, man. There's nothing worse than having the car trouble and the issues with your car and then having to deal with it because it puts you in such a bind. And
it does.
Nobody wants to cooperate with you. So just calm down. At 27 years old, you don't need to be acting like me. Okay, just take it down a notch. Somebody does something stupid. I had a guy this weekend park in between 2 handicap spots at the pool, right? And on the pattern that has the lines that you're not supposed to park in. He pulls into a 2 handy and he comes out. And I looked at him. I just kind of did the Larry David. I went, really? And he goes, well, I'm dropping stuff off. I go, it doesn't really work here. No, it doesn't really work like this. Go find a parking spot somewhere. You're dropping stuff off. I was here as long as you were waiting for my kid to get out of her job, and I hadn't seen you. You weren't here. The car was turned off. There's no hazards on. It wasn't left running like you were only going to be a minute. You were in there doing your deal and taking your time and not caring about anybody else. That's why I get mad. When the selfish behavior takes over, we're living in a society, people. like you got to do stuff to help other people because if you don't, you're going to get your ass kicked. It's just the way it is these days.
And see, what's surprising is that Max showed more fight than Q over the weekend.
Yeah.
So I want to have a quick conversation about this because I believe this was the conversation a lot of people were having on the Twitter world or Facebook or anywhere where there was Royal outlets to vent because probably one of the most atrocious calls I've seen in a base running situation was Bobby getting thrown out at second. And I don't want to leave Q on this island by himself because I know that Salvi's the team captain, but we know who the face of this team is. It's Bobby Witt Jr., man. Like, that guy is Kansas City Royals. And I know Salvi's here, and it's, we're losing Salvi as we get older through time. But again, Bobby Witt Jr. is what moves the needle in Kansas City. There are kids. Hell, the Whittisons had a wonderful Sunday. They were on TV. They found the exact doppelganger I've ever seen.
I mean, that guy that looked just like Bobby was unbelievable.
Bobby made that play at short. Well, which one plays at shortstop on that Sunday game? But Saturday he gets thrown out at second. They review it. at that point in your season, you had a heartbreak loss Friday night where you're up 3-1, and then in a blink of an eye, you got beat 8-3.
That was unbelievable.
Unreal how quick that happened.
Yeah.
Saturday, this play happens, and that's a moment where, like, I understand that, like, Q doesn't have that emotional bone where, like, he's just Bobby Cox or hell Ned or, like,
Billy Martin back in the day,
like
Lou
that.
Piniella, yeah.
And you don't really see a lot of that. Now, you saw the Blue Jays manager on Sunday having his coaches, like, pull his, like, batting jacket back so he doesn't erupt. But damn it, man, like, come on, like, at least if you're not gonna lose it ever often, then pick your spots. That was an exact spot to pick where I thought Q should have sprinted out of that dugout, not even have made it to the umpire before he's like, I know he's getting tossed, you're gone, and then just let it out, vent. You have these moments in your life where, you're a pretty cool, calm guy, but every once in a while you just want to go in your garage and just scream at the top of your lungs, and it kind of makes you feel better, right? It's like in the movie Wanderlust when Paul Rudd goes out there, that Seth guy, and they're like, mushrooms, it's a texture thing, and they use those ways to vent out. I also, in the same moment, would have liked to seen Bobby shown some emotion. And if we're going to give Q this thing where it's like, well, I want to see some fire, I want to see some fight, we've seen that from the team as well. I want to see some fire. I want to see some fight. I would have liked to see Bobby get kicked out there in that moment. He was safe. It wasn't close. He's not out. And that's a pivotal moment. And that's your superstar. And if Bobby gets erupted, and because, like, if Q were to get excited and get kicked out, and everybody in the team would have been like, damn, Matt's pissed. And if Bobby did it, then everybody's going to be like, I don't think I've ever seen Bobby Witt Jr. get kicked out of a game. I don't even know if he's ever been ejected.
Yeah.
Maybe on a ball or strike call once. But, like, that's a moment that you had that would have made a 1-3 three-game stand against the Mets, would have made it feel like a winning series. Now, yesterday they went in walk-off fashion. Nick Lofton, again, was a great win. Was awesome to see. Tyler Tolbert, who, of course, replaces Caglione, gets the third, scores, wins the game. But, again, like, in that moment, I would have loved to have seen some ferocious fire from one of, if not both of those two guys, your manager and your superstar on your team.
You know where I stand on all this. I'm not a flip the spread type of guy. You have to choose your moments. That was the moment he should have chosen to flip the spread. That was the moment for Q to go out there and argue that call. And, it goes to review, and obviously we saw what happened with all of that. And I was watching the Mets broadcast on Saturday, really for most of the weekend, just to kind of see what they were saying, about our team. And throughout the entire review, the Mets announcers were like, well, this will be the last pitch that Q has seen of this game, because he's going to go out there and he's going to argue this, and he's going to scream and yell, and he's going to get ejected. And it was like the Mets announcers were rooting for Matt Quatrero to go out there and argue with the umpires. And then he didn't. They're like, wow, I can't believe he's not arguing with the umpires. So it wasn't just us that had that kind of feeling that was the moment. It was even the Mets announcers who had that feeling like this was the perfect moment to show that emotion. Now, with a guy like you, I love the steady nature of it. That's what Andy Reid has been. Ned was really like that as well. You have to be able to be steady. But when there's a moment where you need to erupt, you need to erupt.
And Andy does that.
And Andy does do that. We have seen Andy go after the officials. We have seen Andy at times snap on the sidelines real quick, but that resets everything. That everybody goes, whoa, Andy just snapped in that moment. That's why when you're a guy like Q or you're a guy like Andy Reid, when you do snap, it means a hell of a lot more than if you're a guy like a Billy Martin or a Lou Piniella who's snapping all the time. You just kind of roll your eyes at it. Okay, This is played out. We have not seen Q get angry. The season was slipping away. That game was slipping away. Your fan interest is slipping away. That was the moment to go out there and raise holy hell at the umpires. That was the moment in time where you could have taken that cool, calm, collected personality and reacted the way that you did, where it really would have sent a message, because that was the moment that people were expecting it, waiting for it, and then it didn't happen. And you've got to go out there and go to bat for your players in that situation. I thought that was a missed moment by Matt Quatrero. And that's not like us to criticize him or anything like that, but that was one of those moments where he needed to be that leader, to be that loud guy, to be that guy who was going to stand up for his players. And then it didn't happen. They showed him in the dugout, and like Ron Darling's like, I couldn't be that calm.
And I know there's people that are saying that Vern was mad because some caller called in afterwards, and I figured Vern would not want to see see the manager lose his cool. Vern, he'll talk you the side of it, but again, And then there's people saying, well, it's not the umpire. They're getting it from New York.
Right.
New York's saying it's, and then coincidence, I think not. You're playing the Mets, who are.
I had that thought. My thought immediately was they need the Mets to win here. That's why we got screwed on those two calls. I mean, there's the spirit of replay, and then there's replay, right? Like in the spirit of things, God bless America, Jesus, your body momentum, like it's so. I mean, come on, you bounce off the base a little bit like that. Spirit of the law versus letter of the law. Okay, guy was safe both times. You didn't need to change the call, and they did. But that was the moment where you could. But my mind immediately went, oh, they need the Mets to win this stuff for for ratings purposes.
So yeah, it might have been out of the guys on the field situation, but at least like showing something, and that's all.
That's who you can yell at, though.
Right. And I mean, that's where you have a moment to show that you're pissed off. And then I get it. Like some people are like, well, what's it going to prove? I don't know. You asked for fire, and then half the text line's like, well, there's nothing you can do about it. And Vern said he shouldn't have done it. Well, that's what you guys want to believe. This is what I want to believe. Yeah. And I just think that, like, when you see your guy who's cool, calm, and collected, who the fan base has asked several times, 100,000 times, please, for the love of whatever's holy, go out there and show some sort of, like, pissed off attitude. That was your moment. Whether you're in the right or the wrong, that's your moment.
And a lot of times when you're pissed off, you're not right, but you like lose your cool because it wasn't that moment that should have sent him over the edge. It was everything else that's been building up for this entire year. They're an underachieving ball club right now. They're below 500. They're not in the playoff conversation. That was the moment to kind of flip that, where all of this stuff that is built up this year, that's when you release that right before the All-Star game. And you send that message with 65 games remaining. We're still in this. We're still fighting. I still have your back. That was the perfect moment to do that. And that's not coming from Dusty and Bob. That came from Ron Darling as well, who pitched in the big leagues for 20 years and has been broadcasting games for like 20 years. That guy's been around the block. He knows what he's talking about. And as a former player that's sitting in the booth talking about how he would have liked to have seen the manager erupt like that, I'll take his word for it over you and I at that point in time.
Isn't that why we have a challenge system? Thanks, Coach. We got a couple minutes. We can get to a quick overreaction on a Monday. I think I'm going to start my overreaction after watching some college football highlights this weekend because they said we're 6 Saturdays away this Saturday from college football. Missouri's going to be a college football playoff team. Their schedule might be the biggest cakewalk schedule in the SEC in the history of the SEC.
Got Tennessee on there 3 times?
No, they don't have Tennessee at all. Don't have Florida. Don't have Georgia. They have their toughest games. South Carolina, it's at home. Alabama, it's at home. A&M, it's at home. And Mississippi State, it's at home. Tough game on the road, Oklahoma. But
is it though anymore? I don't know what to make of it.
I don't know.
We'll see. I mean, maybe. But again, like I think Mizzou's got a chance. They play Central Arkansas, KU, Louisiana. Then they play South Carolina at home, UMass, and they play a lot of games in a row at home. Like first 5 games at home. UMass, Bama, Auburn, Vanderbilt, A&M at home, Mississippi State at home, OU, Arkansas. Missouri will be a college football playoff team this year, and if they aren't, Eli Drinkwitz is going to be in some hot water.
Love it.
Plus, they have one of the top 5 transfer portals going into college football this season.
It's exciting. Yeah, it's a pretty nice SEC schedule for all intents and purposes. Yeah.
Yeah, no Florida, no Georgia, no Tennessee.
You got to take advantage of those years when the schedule's in your favor, when you have the alleged big boy. But who knows who the big boys are anymore with NIL right now? You just don't know, right? So, but like name brand schools are off your schedule. You should win those at least for the next couple of years while we're still ingrained to those being the big boys. When they're not on your schedule, take advantage of it. What do you got, Mac?
Jake Brenningstool.
Never heard of it. Was that the guy that I wanted the Royals to draft? That Cruz Schoolwork or whatever his name was?
6'6" tight end out of Clemson, undrafted to the Chiefs. Heard a little bit about him in OTAs and minicamp. He's going to be Mr. August. We're going to hear a lot about him. He's going to be part of the future of the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe not this year. Jake Brenningstool, undrafted, 6'6", 240 pounds, really good as far as in space, ball in his hands, yards after the catch. I think he'll battle for over Jared Wiley as that tight end 3. I don't know much how on the field looks he'll get with 2 really good tight ends in front of him.
Jake brings his stool to camp.
Yes, that's it. Jake Brenningstool. There you go. He'll be Mr. August. You'll hear about him in Well,
Wait,
training
hang on a
camp's in
second.
8 days.
What
so-
is Jody Fortson going to say about this if this is the guy that everybody's talking about this year?
It's 2 day. What about Jason Dunn?
They started their training camp already over the weekend.
They did.
San Diego did.
They
yeah,
did.
They're after it because they got that Halloween game coming up, or Hall of Fame game, whatever the hell it's called. Yeah. My overreaction is pretty simple. The Royals are just an average baseball team at best. They beat the teams that are worse than them, and they can't play against the teams that are at their level or better than them.
The Dolphins?
Yeah, it's a good comparison. Yeah, I do. I kind of like that. Yeah, that's kind of where they are. You know, like they're good against the teams that are beneath them, but when they play teams at their level or above, they're just not ready to compete.
Damn, you hate to hear that, but sometimes the truth hurts. Coming up on the other side, Mark Cuban's Olympic idea plus Vegas introduced a new game that we would all play. I guarantee
Hell yes.
it. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and the boys in blue are rolling along. The season is in full force, and all season long in full force, we're bringing you the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Oh, I can already feel that warm summer weather, and nothing goes better than a Surfside Lemonade and Vodka in Kauffman Stadium all season long for you there. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part, 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it also at your local bars and liquor stores. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
It's time to have the best steak of your life. Booth Creek Wagyu. KC's premier Wagyu meat market is changing the way America eats beef. And now you can join the Wagyu revolution at 2 KC locations, 135th and Metcalf and at 95th and Knoll. Whether you're looking to wow your family at a tailgate or sear the best steaks ever on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. You won't regret it. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations. Open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Wish your outdoor space felt more like an escape? Let Powell Exteriors KC create the perfect custom deck or patio cover built to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. It's not too late. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. But this time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
If you're looking for that new career path, have you thought about IT? Think about IT. It's needed in every single industry, whether it's sports, healthcare, construction, manufacturing, you name it, and Centric can help you get there.
No better time in the city either. The KC Tech Council reported that there were 3,000 jobs added in IT in March alone. 3,000.
We've told you about our friend Russ Mondry and his expertise in this field. Over 16 years at Centric. He's going to help you find that career path. So go to Centric.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 eastbound heavy from Truman over to 18th Street, getting into a construction zone with just one lane getting by. 71 northbound slow rolling from 75th to Gregory. Kansas side 635 southbound sluggish from Shawnee Drive down to I-35. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Monday. 96.5 The Fan. Hope you're all having a great Monday start to your day.
I am.
We'll get into that a little bit later.
I mean, at some point. This is where Josh and I used to say, thanks, Mom and Dad, for paying for our college when we were going to talk about stories like we were discussing in the break.
Right. A story that did come out over the weekend is that Vegas is going to have Uno as a new card game in the casino.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to wrap my head around. So, like, everybody has an ante that goes in, and then is it like winner take all? Have they explained the rules yet?
I did not get too deep into it. I just saw that Uno was now a sanctioned card game by the state of Nevada.
Like, we do realize, right? Like, we watched Adrian Peterson get his ass kicked in a Texas Hold'em game. But, like, real money, Vegas, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you play Uno, like, have you ever had a heated game of Uno with, like, family members?
Hell yeah, who hasn't, right? Yeah.
You can't punch your family members.
Right.
This is going to cause fights. Like,
well, blackjack does too, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Casino games are notorious for this. Texas Hold'em, blackjack, baccarat, maybe. I don't know if there's ever been a fight on that table. And then you're going to introduce Uno when you yell out Uno and somebody gives you a draw 4.
Yeah. You ain't going to be happy about that one, right?
We're going to see Carrington go to Vegas 3 more times a year.
Because of Uno.
He loves Uno.
Yeah.
He's a huge Uno activist. Like, he thinks it's one of the greatest games ever invented.
It's probably going to be a big day for him then.
Oh.
Yeah, huge
and he loves,
day.
we know he loves Vegas.
Yeah.
I think that's great. Is there another game that they should, because you said you played War in a casino.
Yeah, I play Casino War, yeah. Back in the day, downtown Vegas.
Because that's like the casino that Chevy Chase went to when he ran out of money.
Oh, yeah. They got War, yeah.
Pick a number. Oh, I'm always great at this.
Yeah, 3.
Even or odd.
Yeah, no, but close, right? But no, I played War. Like, I was thinking more of the
you
line.
Go through some money fast.
Oh, dude, it's crazy. You don't win ever. But, you know, Vegas is got some hard times right now. One of the, I think it was Caesars, is laying off a bunch of people. And I was talking to our friend Ben Maller about this. He goes, it's pretty simple how to fix Las Vegas. You don't need to add Uno. Get rid of resort fees and stop charging for parking, and everybody will be back. There's nothing worse than that scam of the resort fee that hotels are putting on your bill right now. $79 for the room, $59 a night for the resort fee, right? That is a scam. People don't want to pay those, so they don't go to these places. Get rid of the resort fee, stop nickel and diming people, and people will go back. But I was thinking along the lines of games like we used to, like, I think Hungry Hippos would be a great Vegas game.
That would be awesome. I would love it.
I don't know. Like, let's just do Hungry Hippos, and everybody sits around and
jamming the thing. Come on. That'd be awesome.
That was the first game that I thought of, and I think, damn, that would be a great Vegas casino game. Hungry Hippos, let's go.
Somebody says it would be per card, play for bets.
Yeah, I'm seeing they'll have 3 different kind of games. Uno Golf, Uno Teams, and Uno Show 'em No Mercy.
Have you guys ever played golf, the card game? It's pretty fun. It's pretty easy. It doesn't probably going to sound easy, but you get 4 cards. You look at 2 of them, and you can only look once. Lowest score wins. So you get 4 cards. The 2 cards you look at, aces is low. And
is ace 1?
Ace is 1, and then jacks and 5s are 0.
Oh, okay.
So then, after they're all devied out, you put the cards in the middle, flip the first card up, left of the dealer goes first. And then the 2 cards you haven't ever looked at, that's where you gamble. So then when you look at a card and it goes over and it's like a 2, you're like, all right. You take one of those cards you haven't looked at, or maybe the 2 cards below you is like a 10 and a 9. You're like, well, I know that 10, it's a 10. Put it in the middle, then you can kind of angle it so you know that card's safe. But the 2 cards that you didn't ever look at, you don't know. So then when there's like, let's say a 3 pops up, you're like, 3's a pretty good card. You take that, you take one of the cards up top, throw it in the middle, it's a jack. You're like, oh, next guy's going to take that jack, and then, that's how you play. And then whenever you feel you think you have the lowest hand or whoever does, they'll knock, and that's the last round. And the knock is your move, and then you go with your cards, and let's hope that you have a low score. That score wins.
Gotcha.
Love that game.
Yeah, that sounds
really
like fun.
fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it moves pretty quick, too.
One of the best drinking card games you could ever have because it's real simplistic. It can get competitive. And you can add rules where, like, you can put a joker in there.
Yeah.
And when you draw a joker, or if you have a joker, and those people that kind of, like, angle their cards that they know are good, you can be like, I know that's a good card. Here's a joker. And now it's like a 12 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You switch your cards. But
so that's going to be part of this Uno game that's going to be out there in Las Vegas?
I would assume that's how they play Uno Golf. I don't know, though. Because there's draw 4s and there's...
Match cards by colors and numbers, but your cards are laid out as you try to get rid of high cards and keep lower value cards. Strategically clear columns to eliminate cards, but beware of cards that can raise your score. The player with the lowest score wins.
So it's similar.
It's a similar
Very
type
similar.
thing. Yeah.
Somebody says, what about Risk? Are you going to be there for 12 hours?
Seriously.
Honey, I played one game.
Yeah. I thought about, like, Monopoly, but I'm like, that would take way too long. Nobody wants to do that, right?
Nobody
Nobody
to, like, expedite it. You have, like, a pitch clock on that
Shoots and Ladders or something like that. Candyland. Sorry would be good.
Awesome.
Boggle. Or maybe Yahtzee would be a good casino game. I know we kind of already have it, with craps and whatnot, but why not Yahtzee as a casino
It'd be really
game?
good if you did, like, Operation and the
the
harder bones had more value.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
you really actually get electrocuted if you miss.
And you miss, you got electrocuted for real. That would be fun. I do like that one. That would be a great game to play at a casino. But I thought that was fantastic yesterday, seeing Uno is going to come to a casino near you.
Mm-hmm. I hope it does.
816 says, what about Heads Up 7-Up?
That's a good one. But see, you could cheat in that. We used to cheat all the time. You just keep your head like off the edge of the table and you look at the shoes and then you figure out whose shoes touched your finger. And then you look up there at the wall and you go, okay, it was John right there. He had the Nikes on,
But you never say that because you give away your tips.
Yeah.
Speaking of 21 and older in casinos, 21 and younger is what Mark Cuban wants the Olympics team to be for basketball. We're giving all these guys for free and taking the injury risk. Mark Cuban says the NBA hates NBA players participating in the Olympics and believes it should be limited to players 21 years old and younger.
Yeah, I understand his perspective, but sorry, Mark, nobody wants to watch that. Nobody wants to watch people that you really don't know. That's what we were doing with the Olympics, and it wasn't working, and we were losing to other countries. And then the Olympics changed it and said, we want our best athletes playing. That's what you want. That's what the Olympics are, right? It's a display of the greatest athletes in the world at one location for 2 weeks, and everybody competes in the event. That's at the root of what the Olympics are. We want our best players there. This was the debate back in the 90s about having, the dream team and whatnot. Oh, well, they're going to be better than everybody else. Yeah, well, that just because our best is better than yours doesn't mean we shouldn't play our best. And so if you're going to be – exactly. But this was, 30 years ago, right, when the European basketball scene really didn't exist all that much. And so now you've got the opportunity where the Olympics are wide open, where you can get the best of the best, whether it be some NFL players in flag football, Major League Baseball players and baseball, NFL or NBA players, hockey players. We want to see that. It's exciting for the fans. We want to watch that kind of stuff. stuff. And we're competitive. It's the world game. So you might as well put your best foot forward. I understand what Cuban's saying. That's being a business guy and thinking about the dollars and cents of his NBA team. That's not thinking about the big picture of what the Olympics are all about. So I understand his take. I don't agree with his take.
But he still wants the best of the best. He just wants an NBA World Cup. That's what he wants. He doesn't want the Olympics. He wants to be able to get a piece of the pie, and the agents and the NBA coaches and NBA executives to be able to get a piece of the pie and get some sort of something back for this injury risk and have an NBA World Cup just like soccer does, which is bigger than the Olympics.
But doesn't soccer also participate in the Olympics? Why can't we do both? Why can't we create the NBA World Cup and have the Olympics? I mean, it has been proven, and we have seen
it's both.
It's both. But dudes like playing for their countries. They love representing the United States or Germany or Greece or whoever they're playing for, whatever country they're representing. These guys love representing their country. So the more of those opportunities you can create. Look, I'd rather watch an NBA World Cup than an NBA regular season, and I've never seen an NBA World Cup. I'd rather watch the Olympics than the NBA regular season, right? Give the fans those opportunities. I mean, nobody's a soccer fan, but when the World Cup comes around every 4 years, every freaking bar is packed and everybody's watching the World Cup because it's unique, it's different, it's something that's a one-off. Give folks the Olympics, give folks a World Cup of the NBA. I like that idea.
Show me his face. Would never allow that.
Cuban said that.
Oh, yes, he would. If he found a way to make money and all these owners were cashing in on all of this, absolutely they would.
That means he's got to work.
Yeah, exactly. No, just keep extending the FIBA contract, which is what Cuban says he does.
I feel like Adam Silver's hooked up to like an IV machine and gets like fed like applesauce through a syringe. Just sit there going, "Is it time?" Yeah, he's like Palpatine. Like, come to the dark side, Koopa. I'll make sure you're fine. Just a sack of bones. Coming up, Quiet Before the Storm, and from what? Heel to hero? Maybe? Kansas City, we put you in a predicament of a guy you used to hate who you might love. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, what's going on, man?
On your home for Kansas City Sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Hy-Vee got it going on this week and all weeks, quite honestly. And you're starting to think about, what you're going to do for dinner tonight or maybe what you're going to do for dinner tomorrow. And then all of a sudden you realize, oh, my gosh, I'm so busy. I don't know what to do. Hy-Vee Market Grill has got all the answers for you. That's the best dining value in town. Every day from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., they've got a meal deal. And for $8 a person or less, you can treat the whole family to dinner. Smoked chicken on Monday, pork chops on Tuesday, cheeseburger and fries on Wednesday, and chicken enchiladas on Friday. And don't forget Thursday. That's the day of the week we all love. It's steak day. A perfectly seasoned steak, garlic mashed potatoes, and sweet corn for only $12. You can dine in or carry out breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You're going to love the Hy-Vee Market Grill as much as I do. So get all your meals at Hy-Vee.
Hey friends, it's noisy out there with information coming at us all day, every day. It's hard to know what to trust, and the world of wealth management is no exception. That's why UMB Private Wealth Management helps you tune out the noise and tune into what matters most. They'll create a financial plan based on your unique goals, so it's your voice that comes through loud and clear. Get financial clarity. Go to umb.com/privatewealth to schedule an appointment. That's umb.com/privatewealth.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Guys, don't live with tiredness and low energy. Get your life back with testosterone therapy at the Low T Center. Take the test, get fast results, and start TRT with Kansas City's leading experts in men's health. Now it's easier than ever with the new Synergen X Health app, an innovation in healthcare technology that you won't find anywhere else except the Low T Center. Download now or book an appointment while the test is still free at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading out of downtown, 70 eastbound gets heavy around Prospect. Off again, on again heavy out to 23rd Street with construction down to 1 lane. Grandview 49 northbound before Harry S. Truman with an accident blocking the right lane. Delays beyond Main Street and building. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
College days are back on the drive. Listen for K-State Day on Thursday, July 17th, starting at 2 o'clock on your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
7 o'clock on a Monday here on Fescoe and Dusty, 96.5 The Fan. Bob Fescoe, McMorey, Dusty Likens, all damn glad to have you. All-Star break. Home Run Derby tonight, boys. I know you might watch a little bit of it. There's no Royals in it this year. Found out yesterday that Bobby said it was just exhausting.
Oh, God.
Which
yes.
we knew that, right? We know
yeah.
that. And, like, that was what they were saying on the broadcast. That I think it was Joel that was reporting it on Sunday. It's like, yeah, it's like in Atlanta, it's muggy. Like, you think it's the same here that it is. It's a little bit more thicker in Georgia this time of year. And he says he just wants to go and enjoy it. So he did say that there was a chance that he would possibly do it in the future. But, again, I'll watch. You got Cal Raleigh with 38 home runs. You got James Wood in this. O'Neal Cruz is in this. He'll hit some Cruz missiles as well in this tonight. Ronald Acuna's in this home run derby, the hometown kid. Just always fun to watch this, and I get kind of geeky on it. When it comes to it, because sometimes I'll watch like the StatCast version where it shows like the exit velo and the distance, and you're like, oh, he hit it 110. That's probably gone. 110. You find like the exit and the angle, and you're like, anytime it's like 32 and 110 home run.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of fun to watch, plus the announcing of it as well. So
are they bringing back what's his name for the home run derby? Berman for this one, since it's ESPN's kind of last go round.
We'll see.
You know, with Major League Baseball, is Berman going to be part of this thing and give us the back?
I hadn't heard. I always loved Berman throwing out like a local restaurant or a place, and he'd be like, "That's at Pat's Bar."
Yeah.
No one knows what that is. But speaking of Berman, a lot of people love or hate, whether you want to or not. Joe Buck is a guy that not a lot of people love in Kansas City. Maybe they've come around on him since that 2014 World Series where he seemed to be in love with Madison Bumgarner, but now everybody loves Patrick Mahomes. You kind of understand where I'm going there.
Right.
When there's just a freak of a superstar in the moment, you kind of just gravitate towards what they are doing.
Was Madison Bumgarner not the best player in that World Series from start to finish? I mean, he pitched 3 games, dominated, was the best player on the field in that time.
Doom and gloom every time you saw him
when
he came out, and then they brought him out to close the game. You're like,
son of a gun, man. Like, why are they bringing in Bumgarner here? But it was a brilliant move, and that's how they ended up winning the World Series. He was the best player that day, and Joe Buck was pointing that out, and we didn't want to hear it because we didn't win the World Series.
Right. And the Royals hadn't really lost till they played San Francisco.
Right.
But Joe Buck was at the golf tournament in Tahoe, where Jimmy Rollins got a hole-in-one. If you
How
missed that,
cool
dude.
was that, right?
Sick, dude.
I love seeing athletes celebrate moments like that because that's how you know
They're
it's
human.
big. Yeah, but like Jimmy Rollins probably accomplished a lot. That's probably the luckiest
World
thing
Series,
if you ever did on like hardest thing to ever do, luckiest thing in sports, however you want to phrase it. And to see the reaction by Jimmy Rollins was money, man. That was awesome.
I hope to have that feeling one day. Never had a hole-in-one.
You haven't had one
I
yet?
have witnessed it. My buddy Mike did it right on the tee box in front of me. It was at Hoots Hollow, hole 15, par 3, about 153 yards. Hit the middle of the green, rolled, disappeared. Jumped into my arms. 2 grown-ass men.
That's cool.
Literally what happened. Thought I blew my ACL again.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, shoot, dude. Like, go get it. Go get the ball.
That's fantastic.
But that's
cool.
I've seen one live. It actually happened this spring. But Joe Buck was asked about the Chiefs dynasty, and is it over yet?
Well, last time I checked, Patrick Mahomes is still playing for the Kansas City Chiefs. And you got another year at Kelsey.
Yeah.
I think the offensive line is still a question mark, but you've got a defensive coordinator that I think is going to go in the Hall of Fame. And you got Andy Reid. I mean, no, the dynasty is not over. It's a new level of excellence that very few organizations ever get to even expect. And that's what we all expect from Kansas City. So does that go on forever? No. But I don't think that's over by any stretch as we sit here in 2025. And, I mean, you guys are done with, like, early Sunday afternoon games. You'll never have another one. Yeah, so it's great. I love it. Like I said, I love going there. I think it's the best stadium for us to cover games in. And we get to do it at night when the place is all lit up. So, I mean, there's nothing that I don't love about that.
So, Joe Buck, fan?
I've always been a fan of Joe. I mean, like, it's never been one of those, oh, I hate Joe Buck. I mean, I hated Madison Bumgarner, and Joe Buck, was his guy in that World Series, but Joe Buck has been doing this now for Patrick Mahomes, and I like the fact that Joe Buck is one of these guys who doesn't feel the need to have to come up with a hot take to get, on Twitter or X or something like that. That's why I've always appreciated Joe. I always appreciate Joe Buck, too, because he works in words from his friends, but he's got a great sense of humor. He is dialed into what's going on pop culturally. Like, Joe Buck is really, really good at what he does for a living. And I think listening to him say that, he goes, well, Patrick Mahomes is still there. Yeah, that's the answer to every one of these questions when people want to kind of run down the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes still walking through that door. He's got less hair, but he's still walking through that door than, where he did a year ago. And he's all business right now. And so until he stops walking through that door, this dynasty is not over. I love that answer by Joe Buck.
Yeah, I did a hit, or what they call it, like an interview on like a New York station yesterday afternoon, and they asked similar questions to like what he was answering. And I, not retaliated, but I asked back because they were like, they were talking big about the number of 11.5 over under.
It's over, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, well, Mahomes has, won more than 11 games every year of his career, but once, and he won the Super Bowl the year they won 11. And then I asked him, I was like, when you talk about like, is it taking a step back or is this time to take somebody else? It's like, how many times did we do that with Brady and Belichick? And the guys like kind of sat back, laughed, like, I don't think we ever did it. And I was like, so then why are we starting now?
Right.
If the head coach and the quarterback are still together and the quarterback is now 30, why is beyond his years when he was 25? Mm-hmm. Now he's even had more time in the league to kind of adapt to it. Plus he's getting more and more, I guess you could say, mature to the game at the age of 30. Why doubt him now? Plus, man, look, Spags is still defensive coordinator. The defense is Pro Football Focus ranked it as a top 3 defense in the NFL out of 10 of the teams. There's only 2 above them. I believe it was like Denver and Baltimore, and the Chiefs were 3rd on that list. So you have a strong defensive unit coming back with a strong defensive coordinator who Joe Buck has also said believes he should be in the Hall of Fame someday.
Yeah, I don't know how that's happening. Assistants don't go in unless we change things or put him in the contributor side, which I think he should be. I honest to God, do think that Steve Spagnuolo should be in the contributor side. But until they let assistant coaches in, they're going to have to find a way to finagle him in under the contributor side of things because he's been the defensive coordinator that has led 2 organizations to Super Bowl championships and beat Tom Brady.
And I think the other thing with Spags too is like it's significantly noticed that he makes a difference.
Oh, huge difference.
You just, and I know we're biased here in Kansas City because we see it all the time, but anywhere you go, you do interviews all the time around the country with other people that want to know about Kansas City, and they'll be like, Spags defense. Like, what's so? It's like, okay, well, Boston's talking about Spags. New York's talking about Spags. LA's talking about Spags. Texas is talking about it's always there.
And the thing about Spags, too, is no matter what city it is that's talking about him, he's probably coached there and everybody loves him. There's nobody that's going to say something negative about the guy. So not only is he a great coach, he's this great human being, too, that gets to his players and they play for him. And there's something to be said about that.
And I think that the other thing, too, that I've loved to see is maybe this happens more than we think. I know last year the Raiders had the Kermit the Frog. That was the big, talking point last year.
Right.
But I think that the best thing that you love to see from this Chiefs team is that they got blown out in the Super Bowl in front of the entire world, and everybody else is seemingly the ones talking about it. And the Chiefs are just kind of quiet. And they have the entire offensive band back together. They restructured or re-signed some guys that are, vital captains on this team, Nick Bolton as well, in the middle linebacker. You brought back Kareem Hunt, Isaiah Pacheco. You essentially brought the same team back. You've stayed pretty mum. And to Patrick Mahomes' credit, when he was on Up and Adams, he was like, yeah, I just want to play football, and then we can talk later. And I know that that's like the boring side of it, and that's what we've seen before. But I do think that we are set up for a quiet before the storm. And I'm really hoping because, one, I'm begging to see it, which is that offensive obstruction in the league where it's like, oh, yeah, all these numbers insist that Patrick Mahomes is slipping. Like, we'll get into it tomorrow about where he ranks in the top quarterbacks in the NFL and why people think that it's slipping. And then every time it seems it goes upon deaf ears, because this question happened again yesterday with this New York team that was talking to me, and they're like, well, his numbers have gone down last year. So 2 years ago, he had Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, and who else? MVS. Last
Juju,
year,
yep.
yeah, and Juju. And then last year, his number 1 and number 2 wide receivers went down. He had a rookie starting.
Right.
So again, like, there are reasons to it. Yes, it's been 2 years. Yes, we haven't seen the Mahomes of old, but maybe this is the year where it's all of a sudden everyone looks back and goes, oh, shoot. Like,
well, I
he's
think
back.
I think this year's a good year too. There's no pressure on these guys. Going into last season, it was all about the three-peat. I felt the pressure as a fan of this team, for God's sakes, and I think we all did, right? Because you wanted to get to that third straight Super Bowl and win that damn thing, right? So all year, you were not playing for fun. You were playing with pressure. And now, being that it's the senior year, there's no pressure of having to do the three-peat or anything like that. They're going to play a lot more free and clear, too. And I think that's very important. And I think as we've had this conversation, I think you're understanding why I think stats are for losers like Bill Belichick. Because, as you mentioned, all these people sit around and talk about stats, but they don't understand why those stats are the way that they are. They just look at the numbers and say, well, he's on a decline. Well, no, that's not the case at all. If you're going to say that Patrick Mahomes is on a decline, then cite examples as to why you believe he's on a decline, and then I'll present the other side like Dusty did to the folks in New York. Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, all the injuries last year. Oh, by the way, still no offensive line for the last, year and a half or so, or however long it's been that we've been looking for that left tackle to kind of rise to the occasion here in Kansas City, and overcoming it all, overcoming subpar teammates at times. Patrick Mahomes has still gone to 3 straight Super Bowls. And so you can take your stats and shove them up your ass because that's where they belong. And that's why I hate when people want to refer to the stats, because they don't tell the big picture. They tell a little bit of a story, and you've got, okay, here's the outline of what's going on. Now give me the meat and potatoes of it. You gave me the thesis statement with the stats. Now prove to me why these stats are bad. Well, I really can't, because he doesn't have a left tackle. He doesn't have wide receivers. Everybody's been hurt. Kadarius Toney, carry the one. And here we sit. You've got to, if you're going to give me the stats and say they're down, you have to understand why they were down over the last couple of years. And if you understand why they were down over the last couple of years, then you don't care about the stats being down, because you realize what Patrick Mahomes was able to do with injuries all over. Oh, by the way, he lost his running back last year too. I mean, like, how many more? And he still went to the Super Bowl, and people still want to say his numbers are down. Anybody who's telling me that Patrick Mahomes' numbers down is not good at their job. They're clueless. They don't understand the big picture. Take a big picture look and see why. Okay, Patrick Mahomes' numbers down. Why? Something must, oh gosh, look at the wide receivers that he has. I don't know any of these people. Oh, his running back was hurt. He doesn't have a left tackle. Wanye Morris. Like, what are we doing here? Kadarius Toney. That's why those numbers are down. So when these people tell you, oh, Mahomes' numbers are down, they're clueless mooks.
Coming up on the other side, 97 games in, the Royals 47-50. What do the big bosses of the organization have to say? We'll play it next here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, here we sit in July, the middle of summer, and you're thinking to yourself, man, I'd love to be outside playing golf or tennis or pickleball or hanging out with the kids. But you know what? I've got this pain. My knees bothering me, back, my hips. Everything hurts right now, and it's not getting better. Are you stuck in a cycle of maybe steroid shots, and now they're talking about surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back. Without meds, without going under the knife, it's QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. We're not masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. Real results that let you move easier and live better. And it doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRI and see if you're a good fit for all of these breakthrough treatments. So call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights, at home or at work. We'll make your happy place your own. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly, and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me, and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Grandview 49 northbound before Harry S. Truman. Looks like your earlier problem there has at least moved off to the shoulder, but things are still slow from Missouri 150 up towards Main Street. Heading out of downtown 70 eastbound, a little slow past Brooklyn Avenue with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
On 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. All-Star Week begins. Home Run Derby tonight. Stat correction. Ronald Acuna no longer doing it. Matt Olson stepping in. Thanks to the text line.
What? When did that happen?
I didn't know. That's what I was told on the text line.
Are you serious?
Hey, man. Text line said it. Text line was like, hey, Acuna's out. Olson's going to step in, which would make sense. If Acuna's going to go out, that Olson would step in.
Oh, man, that really stinks. I wanted to watch Acuna. I was watching, obviously, the game yesterday from the Mets side of things, and they were talking about Acuna, Esky, and Michael Garcia. You know, they're all cousins. I had no idea all three of those families were related. Like, I don't want to use the term baseball royalty, but Acuna and Escobar I knew were kind of, I kind of knew there was a relation there when they said, like, oh, yeah. And then I didn't know Michael Garcia was related to everybody as well. Maybe I should have known that. I don't know if you knew that, but I thought that was kind of a cool story that they were telling yesterday.
Yeah.
So that stinks he's not going to be there.
New Richard of the Week, Logan Paul. Look what he had to do to Jelly Roll. Yeah, we saw it. Not Logan Paul. He got the Claymore kick from old boy in WWE this weekend. Sorry, Jelly Roll. He's a wrestler now. But the first 100 games or so, 40 and 97, 3 games under 500. By the way, one word coming up in 10 minutes. Playoff percentage chances, 6.9%. Yeah, boy. Mm-hmm. Third in the Central. You're 4.5 games back in the wild card. The teams ahead of you going through the second half. So teams that you want to watch lose, because that's how it works. Minnesota, Angels, Texas, Tampa Bay. Your wild card spot owners, Yankees, Boston, Seattle.
And you're tied with Cleveland, I believe, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so you got to watch the Indians as well. The only 3 teams that are pretty much out of this right now are the Orioles, the White Sox, and the A's, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Technically, yes.
Yes.
Your division winners as of the first half are Detroit, Houston, Toronto. Detroit and Houston probably going to lock those up. That's probably a safe bet. Those are going to win your division. The East, everybody's in. Yankees, Boston, Toronto, and Tampa Bay.
It's crazy.
Fighting Tampa Bay is fighting to get in there. But you look at what this team did, right? You look at the players of the first half. I would say pitcher-wise, Noah Cameron, insane. Chris Bubic, an all-star, and Seth Lugo doing Seth Lugo things, right? Your players, Michael Garcia was a superstar in the first half, all-star, finally. Bobby's Bobby, kind of just stayed equal. 294 is what he was hitting the last time I saw this year. I assume it's up like 296 after his hit. Vinny, also doing well.
Vinny had a rough first month, but ever since the first month of the season, he's been unbelievable, man.
And the other thing, too, is that you have Salvador Perez. I left that one as kind of like a question mark. I know he's been heroic as of late. He's kind of turned it on since the middle of June or maybe the beginning of June. But it's kind of up in the air for what you guys might think Salvador Perez's first half was to you. I think it was fine. I thought he got better when they moved him down to 5th in the lineup. I like to see that from the manager. But, man, look. Big surprise. I think to me, it's Cameron and Bubic. Noah Cameron, maybe they fell into something. I hope so. The guy did it again yesterday. Was striking everybody out. And Chris Bubic, if you'd have told me at the beginning of the year was going to be an all-star the first year back in the rotation as a legit guy to go out there and be the man after losing Brady Singer, that's a huge surprise to me. Michael Garcia as well is a surprise for me as well. But Noah Cameron and Chris Bubic, I think, are my two biggest surprises the first half.
Yeah, I think Noah Cameron, and I was trying to think of the right term to describe what Noah Cameron's impact has been on this team, because I was having this conversation with my wife and then my parents and whatnot. Like the term great, we just throw it around, and we've talked about it on the air. Oh, it's great. But I think when I look at Noah Cameron, he's been the most consistent player on this team all year long. There has been no downs for Noah Cameron here in Kansas City. The minute he came up and took the ball for the first time to where he is today, he's been nothing but spectacular, right? And that's all you could ask for out of Noah Cameron. Come up here, do good for a little bit of time, and bide some time. Oh, he's real good. There's nobody moving Noah Cameron out of the rotation. And this isn't just a guy now who has come up to the big league level and is sneaking by and nobody's paying attention. He's got, 11 or 12 starts now at the big league level. There's a long book on Noah Cameron right now that the other teams have, and he's still going out there and he's still dominating the opposition. And so I think he's been the most consistent player. Bubic has kind of taken, I don't want to say a step back, but he hasn't been as good in July as he was the first couple of months of the season. We know with Michael Garcia, he's been a consistent offensive producer for you. He's been your most consistent offensive bat all season long. But I just look at a guy like Noah Cameron right now, and I go, I don't know that there's been anybody more consistently good on this team from the beginning of the season to where we are now than Noah Cameron. He's been spectacular for this ball club, so consistently good.
Noah Cameron started 12 games. He's got a record of 3-4. He's got an ERA of 2.31.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts, right?
His whip is an even 1, and he came up because Cole Reagans got hurt.
Right.
And whether Cole Reagans is on that 60-day IL for the full time, this is also something that's given you, because you are still technically in it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what they do trade-wise. They've got, 2 weeks?
13 games left until the trade deadline.
July 14th, the current date. So you think about 31 days in July. There's a little over, 2 weeks left, or a little over, almost 3 weeks left until the end of the trade deadline. But this is giving you time to make sure, damn it, Cole, you're 100%, you're back to yourself before we try to rush this again and again, because first time maybe rushed a little bit, came back, got hurt again. And meanwhile, Noah Cameron has yet to slip. Again, 70 innings pitched, maybe not a huge sample size.
It's a big sample size, though.
But it is. I mean, pitched against the Yankees and the Dodgers.
Yep, and the Mets.
Gave up home runs to Judge and Ohtani. Towering shots. The one hit the from Judge. And kind of just settled down. And yesterday, he was a man in control. Unfortunately, didn't get the win because of how things went in the ninth inning with the Estevez, and Isbell just absolutely just crashes into the wall like a madman,
and doesn't even flinch.
Yeah.
Doesn't even flinch. Like we got to give a little Kyle Isbell love too, because I think he's been the most surprising player, if you will, player, not pitcher, but player of the first half of the season. He's been outstanding for this club, and we're not giving that guy any credit whatsoever. I think because of where we are as a season. But like if this ball club was 5 games above 500 right now and in the postseason and having those kind of conversations, we'd be talking a lot more about Kyle Isbell. That guy quietly is having a very nice season for the Royals.
And if you want to look at what Noah Cameron would do for a 162-game average as of his first official first half, now I know these numbers will drastically change, but this is what Baseball Reference would say in a full season this year. What Noah Cameron would do is that he would go 9-11. He would have a WAR of a 7.6, which is insane. He would have 198 innings pitched, 136 hits given up, and he'd have a 2.31 ERA.
Yeah.
So the guy goes out there, and the last 2 starts he's had, the one prior, he went 7 full innings. Yesterday, he went 6 2/3. And to me, like, the way he made Juan Soto look foolish.
Oh, God, yes.
I mean, he had Juan Soto pissed.
Yep.
Foul tip into Fermin's glove, and Juan Soto kind of gave that look to Freddie Fermin like, no, you didn't. He's like, yes, I did. And then got him a couple more times. And it shows me that, like, Cameron now pitching against the Mets, the Yankees, and the Dodgers. And I know not all of them are wins. He's got to have offense as well.
Yeah, it's not his fault.
He got 2 runs from Rave in the second, and then he got nothing. So, like, to see him be able to do that against the big teams lets me know, at least from what I've seen in 7 or in 12 starts, I'm not afraid to give Noah Cameron the ball in the postseason.
No.
Like, as of right now, if you don't trade Lugo, which is insane to me to think about this, if you don't trade Lugo and you don't move him, your rotation in the playoffs with a 3-man stand is Bubic. I would probably go Bubic, Lugo, Cameron.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah,
right? I think that would be your 3. You have your lefty all-star, followed by your veteran guy that can just finesse, followed by your surprise guy. And if you put those 3 guys in your rotation going into the bullpen or going into the postseason, And maybe you don't want to ramp Cole Reagans up, and you move Cole Reagans to the bullpen.
Yeah.
Then what? Then you just have to hit. You got to go find that bat. And where we give a bunch of guys a bunch of praise and stuff. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, a little bit of a letdown with Caglione.
Yeah.
That we saw so far. I know the 4 home runs are there. He had the 2-in-1 game. He had the 466-foot piss missile. But it also...
he was replaced by Tyler Tolbert yesterday.
And what did he do?
Got on base, stole a base, scored the winning run. Yeah, that's speed. That's what speed do, right?
And I love to see that from Tyler Tolbert because I think he is a guy that needs to see more playing time because of what he can bring. And he was a defensive replacement, and he's competing for a spot. And the one guy that seems is maybe, I don't want to give him this nickname, but it's probably what some people may see him as, like the golden boy, like Caglione. Oh, he can do whatever he wants. He's not going to get moved. He was replaced.
He was, yeah.
That dude got on base that replaced him, stole a base, and scored the winning run from Lofton.
Yep.
That is in-house competition, and you're seeing that guy take advantage of that. And maybe that's something that also might wake up Caglione as well. Like, okay, I know I'm going to be replaced defensively, but I don't want to be replaced offensively as well.
Yeah. And I love the way that they're using Tolbert right now. He's one of those guys that you don't want to have play too much because I think if you do, you overexpose him. And I always go back and use the Johnny Giavotella analogy because that's the guy that, at that point in time, everybody wanted to see come up because he was doing great in the minors, comes up, plays every day, and then we realize, whoa, this is a minor league baseball player, and now he's probably selling insurance down in Louisiana. And so that's kind of where Tyler Tolbert is. He's very much cut from that mode of, I don't even want to say Dyson because Dyson turned into almost an everyday player because of how good he was defensively. I think he's better than what Terrence Gore was because Terrence Gore couldn't hit, but could steal you a base or two. But he's kind of somewhere in between. I think right now they're utilizing him in a perfect way. You want that guy in the 8th inning because once he got on base yesterday to start that 9th inning, you just knew that game was over. That's just the way that speed on the base paths works in Major League Baseball right now.
Especially in that sense of that inning and that pressure
right.
and all that.
Yeah, exactly. Like the situation, as soon as he got on, I'm like, okay, we're winning this thing. There's no doubt in my mind. Now, even when they went up 2-0, I thought, okay, that's probably enough for Cameron today. And it was enough for Cameron until, the 9th inning and Estevez, did what he did, in the 9th, and people have bad days. It happens. But Tolbert is that perfect guy to have come off the bench and be able to, run. And then, oh man, he's got to get a hit now because he's coming up in the 9th inning and he delivers and he gets a hit and he steals second. And then before you know it, the Royals win 3-2. And that's what you need. That's what you need with that speed. And so I love the way that they're utilizing this guy right now. But you've got 13 games left to go out and try to acquire a bat for this team. And if they're not able to acquire a bat, I just don't know how they're going to generate offense because we're 100 games in and they haven't done it yet.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor.
You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is One Word on Fescoe and Dusty.
One word on a Monday, folks. Here we go. One word on the All-Star break.
Needed. I think it's needed for the boys in blue to kind of take a couple of days off, refocus, rethink about things. Good for the organization. I know they still have the draft going on and whatnot, but as soon as today is over and the draft is done, it's full speed ahead to try to figure out where teams are going to go, in the postseason. The problem is, as JJ said yesterday, and we'll hear from him a little bit later on, a lot of teams are still involved, and a lot of teams aren't moving right now to try to make trades. And so over the next couple of weeks, you got to hope the Orioles really fall out of it, the A's really fall out of it, the Indians fall out of it, the Marlins fall out of it, and you start to see teams, dissipate their rosters a little bit. So needed is my word for the All-Star break.
I'd say refreshing. I think it's good for everybody, right? No Cotrero this week. They get the week off, so we give them the week off. So no Matt Cotrero this week on Wednesday. We could have Binkley substitute as the Royals manager. I kid. Binkley will just be on 645 as always. And
every time we have a Royals guest this week that we're supposed to just replace them with Binkley. So instead of Vern, Binkley.
Yeah.
Hey, Binkley. How are you?
Yeah. Hey, how do you do? But no, I think it's refreshing because, look, if you're going to make a charge to the playoffs, 4.5 games out in the wild card and the wild card seeding, you could possibly do that because you start the break on the road. You'll go to Miami.
Yeah, you got to win down there.
And then you will go to Chicago, and you'll play Vips Cubs out in Wrigley. on the road when you come back from the All-Star break. So this is refreshing. You had an up-and-down roller coaster, an emotional, whirlwind of what you could consider a first 97 games. So we'll see. But I think it is always refreshing to get that time off. Like, my All-Star week begins next week. And, come back hopefully, not sunburnt and healthy.
4 days off for the Major League Baseball players during the course of the season is an eternity. Take the time, get off your feet, and enjoy the rest.
One word on the Royals weekend, 1-2 against the Mets over here at the K, Friday and Saturday. Both very frustrating for different reasons. One word.
Ho-hum. I think what we saw this weekend is a microcosm of the season. The Royals can beat the Pirates, but they can't beat teams that are kind of on their level and above them. And until you're able to beat teams on your level or above you, you're just a ho-hum type of team right now. And I think that's what this entire week told us. Really cool to beat the Pirates like they did. But then when they faced the Mets, they kind of showed maybe they weren't ready to win those games until yesterday at the end.
Yeah, I want to call it a colossal failure. Failed, I will say that, because I said you wanted to win 2 out of 3 against the Mets because you had people on the text line saying, why are you guys talking playoffs? It's not a reality. It doesn't make sense. LOL. Whatever. It does. You're 4.5 out. You are not a seller. You are going to try to take over this, one of the final 3 wild card spots because there are so many availabilities in baseball now. So it is not over. It is a talking point, but it was a failed test. I thought that Friday night you got everything set up. The stadium's rocking. You're up 3-1. And then all of a sudden, in a blink of an eye,
what the hell
bases
happened loaded, there?
Bases clearing, whatever, 3-run home run.
What the hell was that?
You look at the score, and it's 8-3. And then Saturday, just kind of fell flat. And Sunday, you win in a walk-off fashion. You win 1 out of 3.
They were lucky to get that win yesterday, too, because after they tied that thing up at 2-2, I'm like, oh, God.
Right.
This isn't going to go their way. And then Tolbert gets on and steals second, and here we go.
And they go 4-2 on that homestand. So we'll see. But yeah, I would have liked to seen 2 out of 3 against the Mets, kind of because you had to, because now again you sit at 47-50, 3 games below 500. Don't forget, they were at 1.6 or 7 games below 500 before that Pittsburgh series. So there was ground that was made, but you needed to make more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now we're getting to that time where you don't have much opportunity to give anything
And like
back.
the Dodgers series, you had game 1. You had game 1 of the Mets, you had game 1 of the Dodgers, and then it's just like it takes the love out of them. So
Get the White Sox twice in the second half of the season. You got to capitalize on those two series.
I mean, maybe it's the Indians now that you have to capitalize on. They seem like a team that is lost, and ready to move on. So when you play these teams that are on the outside looking in, and if you still believe that you're part of this thing, you've got to start getting sweeps now. No more is 2 out of 3 good enough. Take 2 steps forward, 1 step back. You got to start taking 3 steps forward and 4 steps forward and winning series and sweeping series.
And I will be at that Guardian series at the end of this month. Here we go. One word on no Trey Smith deal done yet. We are 8 days away from training camp. We are 1 day away. Tomorrow is the deadline for that extension to get done. One word on 65 not being extended.
Curious is my word, because there's a lot of radio silence on this one. And sometimes when there's a lot of radio silence, that means they're kind of working behind the scenes to get things done, and then they'll present it to us. So curious is kind of where I am on the Trey Smith thing. The interesting thing about it is if they don't get him done, he signs on this franchise deal. We're talking about a new right tackle most likely next year.
Right guard?
Right guard. Because he's going to want to hit that free agent market, and I don't blame him for wanting to hit that free agent market. You get 1, maybe 2 times as a professional athlete to cash in. You got to take advantage of those.
Nervous, I think, is my word on this because of a lot of what Bob just said. I'd rather it just be done, right? It's like getting your real ID before you take a flight. I just should have done this earlier. Should have maybe gotten done earlier. I finally got it, so the nerves are down, but I'm nervous because the moment was getting more and more tense to the time of arrival. We are now 1 day away, right, to where they make the decision. You would think that hopefully by the end of today or the end of maybe at the beginning of the tonight, 6 o'clock news dump, Trey Smith and the Kansas City Chiefs have agreed to a 5-year extension for X amount of dollars. And you have to worry about it because there's going to be goons like us at training camp. They'll be like, any conversation to be had about Trey and maybe all that?
And once this day goes by, though, I don't think they can negotiate a long-term deal until after the season.
Yes.
So that's also the interesting part. Like, there's no, I use the air quotes, talking that can take place with Trey Smith now until after the season. And so if they don't get something done by tomorrow at 3 o'clock or whatever it is, well, then we're not getting anything done with Trey Smith moving forward for this year.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense for him to play under the tag this year as well. You mentioned the free agency, but also the money from a franchise tag for offensive linemen, not tackles, because they don't take, just the guards value for the tags. They take offensive lineman value. So that tag value, if you're a center or guard, it's tackle money.
It's like $20 million this year, isn't it?
I think it's even more than that.
Is it more?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get being paid more than Landon Dickerson, I believe, this season, which is one of the best.
Brother.
Yeah, which is one of the better guards and centers in the league. So, yeah, Trey Smith, I mean, it makes sense for him as far as this season's concerned, too.
Center in the league.
One word on Quinshon Judkins, Browns rookie running back out of Ohio State. I mean, if you were a fan of a team, you probably brought up Quinshon Judkins. Everyone wanted this guy. He was a bell cow out of Ohio State. Him and Henderson were two prizes to be won out of the Buckeyes program. He was arrested on domestic violence and battery charge in Fort Lauderdale on Saturday.
He's the second round pick in 2 years by the Browns to get arrested.
Jeez.
Shador, the other one, right? What was Shador? He was like speeding, right?
No, second round pick.
Second round pick,
I know, but I'm saying the Browns this offseason.
Yeah, Shador was speeding.
Like twice or something, going like way above the speed limit.
Yeah, 140 or something, yeah.
Whoever was their second round pick last year got arrested too. And so 2 years in a row, their second round pick has been arrested.
Well, and 30 of 32 second round picks unsigned right now.
Well, that's the second round pick thing is an anomaly. Like, guys are not signing for that slotted money at second round picks. And like, I don't, maybe they're colluding against the NFL, all the second round picks, and we're not signing these contracts. And so like none of them are at training camp.
That's right. 30 of 32. That is crazy.
Yeah, usually it's the first round picks that you're dealing with. At least back in the day, it always was. They've changed obviously with the slotted money, but this thing has it wild, man. Like none of the second round picks have even considered signing a contract yet.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just dumb, man. Just don't do stuff like that. What do you say? Do nice things for people? That's not a nice thing. Don't do that. Coming up, Trent cracks the top 100. We ask you what player on the Chiefs next year would you like to see get into the top 100 as they dive into the football season that begins in a week from tomorrow here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
What if you could sell your home with complete confidence, even from 100 miles away? Well, when selling your biggest financial asset, you can't leave it to a beginner. You need a true expert, and that's exactly what you'll get when you work with Dawn Sharp and her team. Carolyn faced the exact challenge when she needed to sell her home after already moving out of town. She reached out to Dawn Sharp, and as Carolyn put it, they handled everything for us. With communication being crucial due to the distance, Dawn kept Carolyn updated throughout the entire process. And when the house finally sold, it exceeded their expectation. One phone call is all it will take to get that process started. Contact Dawn and her team today. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can locate them at Google by Googling Sharp Homes team, and you can see why these guys are getting 210 5-star Google reviews. And in the last 12 months, you can see why Dawn and her team have sold over 150 homes. So do yourself a favor. Go to Google and Google Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team. It's Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team.
Call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Our iconic blue trucks and expert team get it right the first time. Award-winning full-service lawn care and pest control since 1985. Call today for a free estimate. Visit aspenlawn.com.
You want to see the ring? Here, I have a picture.
Wow, look at you.
I know, right? Went to Hellsberg and customized the whole thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, I showed them all her inspiration photos, picked the setting, the diamond. It's actually pretty fun. Now for the real hard part, asking her.
Well, congrats, buddy. The ring looks awesome.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
It's time to build that dream deck over at All Weather Decks. Schedule a free estimate today at 913-206-1974 or online at allweatherdecks.net. All Weather Decks, the right deck at the right price.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Guys, stop living with tiredness and low energy. Get your life back with testosterone therapy at the Low T Center. Take the test, you can get fast results, and start TRT with Kansas City's leading experts in men's health. It's now easier with the Synergen X Health app, a superior innovation in healthcare technology that you won't find anywhere else. With the app, you can book appointments, view lab results, have face-to-face telehealth visits, and receive medication reminders, order supplements. All you need to do to book an appointment is walk into any Synergen X or Low T Center before 10 a.m. The test is simple. It only takes 20 minutes to get your results back. And once you qualify, you can start treatment that same day. There's never been a better time to start TRT or Synergen X at the Low T Center, offering the test for free. Other places charge hundreds of dollars just to get started, but for a limited time, the test is free. Download the Synergen X Health app or book an appointment today by visiting fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading out of downtown 70 eastbound, gets heavy at the Paseo, stays off again, on again, very slow out to 18th Street, getting into and through a construction zone where you're down to one lane. Grandview 49 northbound, still some lingering slowdowns approaching Harry S. Truman with earlier accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Segment here on the 7 o'clock hour here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Maury as well. 913-586-7965. Hey, man. All-Star break, home run derby tonight, All-Star game tomorrow night.
I have this weird feeling that, like, the big dumper is going to not do good tonight. Cal Raleigh. For those of you who don't know, he's the big dumper. And they're also selling onesies in the Mariners store that say big dumper on them.
Nice.
I think they're fantastic, right? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of hype around this guy. I feel like he's the one that everybody other than Atlanta wants to see win this thing. And I just feel like he's not going to show. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this guy. He's challenging for 70 now, guys. He's doing things that Judge and Bonds haven't done before the All-Star break and whatnot. Like, there's a lot of pressure on Cal Raleigh. And when you play in Seattle, ain't no pressure on you up there. Nobody knows what's going on up there, right? People aren't watching every game. The bright lights are going to be on tonight. And as you mentioned earlier, which I think was a good point where Bobby said he was exhausted, after last year's home run derby. I don't know. I just feel like Cal Raleigh is not going to be the guy that goes out there and wins this thing tonight. That just could be me, but, I don't know who I'm taking yet.
Cal Raleigh plus 295, O'Neal Cruz plus 330. My guy, James Wood. That's who I think is going to win.
You like him, don't you? Yeah.
Plus 450, just long, lengthy, natural power. Matt Olson, who will be the hometown favorite, plus 800. Brent Rooker, your guy, plus 850. Byron Buxton, plus 950. Jazz Chisholm, Max guy, plus 1100, and then Junior Camarino plus 1200.
So it's interesting when you look on the Underdog app, and they got round 1 home runs, right? Cal Raleigh 21.5. Are you going higher or lower than 21.5 round 1 home runs?
Higher. I think he puts on a show in the first round, wears himself out, then he's done in the second.
So James Wood 20.5.
Over.
O'Neal Cruz. Now this is what's interesting to me. He's at 21.5 too. The same number as the big dumper. So you going over or under with O'Neal Cruz? Because I kind of like him. Olsen 19.5, Jazz 17.5, Camarino 18.5, Brent Rooker 18.5, and Buxton at 18.5.
Buxton could go over. I think Buxton's got a nice natural swing. O'Neal Cruz, though, man, that guy, he's got a ferocious swing. So he might wear himself out, but then again, Cal Raleigh might go out there and hit 4 home runs and be like, wow, the favorite, like you said, falls flat.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. The numbers are really good when it comes to those first round numbers. I'd like to look at what the average kind of first round is, over the course of time, and it's probably right there around 18. That's why the numbers are kind of what they are. But you know what? I'm going to root for Brent Rooker tonight, man. The former Royal, guy that was here in Kansas City and went to Oakland. I'm going to go with Brent Rooker. He's the guy that I'm going to ride tonight. That's the guy I'm going to root for.
For him
tonight.
to make the finals is plus 370. So you could, do that bet. Then you could bet him to win it all, plus 850. You'd have a pretty nice Tuesday. Already going to have one. You can also bet winning nationality on DraftKings.
Oh, that's cool.
United States minus 205. Rest of the world plus 170.
That's a fun bet.
Yeah. You can bet finalist, exact results, yada, yada, yada. Totals, like Bob said, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Total home runs in the Derby. The number, you want to guess what it is?
Total home runs? Are we're talking every round?
Every home run hit total.
Every home run hit total, 225.
Close, 239.5. You can bet the over. That's the one you bet the over under on, because then you have no dog in the fight.
Yeah,
you're just like what?
Home run.
You just want everyone to go yammers.
That's fun.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah,
would you take the over in that?
Yes. Oh yeah. Just because I want to see
Okay.
action. I don't want to be there and be like, "Come on, guys, just fly balls."
Yeah.
Like no homers.
Right. That's true. You're rooting for the home run, obviously, in that scenario.
And then rooting for Jazz Chisholm to hit the fewest.
Yeah, he will. I think Jazz will be the biggest turd in this one.
He'll be the biggest dumper.
Yeah, he will be. Yeah.
You can also take another most home runs hit by any player in round 1 is currently set at 25.5.
Wow.
So if you think somebody could go out there and put a 26 spot up, then
That seems like a lot, bro, doesn't it?
a lot.
I mean, it really does. And I'm trying to think of what numbers in years past have been. If you put up 26 or more in the first round, you pretty much locked up yourself of winning this thing, right? Because it is a cumulative effort, right? Don't they count them all now at the end? So boy, you hit 26 or more in that first round. That's putting on one hell of a show.
no doubt about it. Put on a show is the NFL Network, because they're doing their top 100. Trey Smith has cracked into this top 100 list, the guy that we just previously talked about with the franchise tag. Is there a player in next year's top 100 that you'd like to see make this list?
McDuffie cracked at 81 this week. I don't know if it was last week, this week, next week, however they're doing these lists.
Nixon 5.
Yeah, exactly. I next year, I want, because this means the deep ball is back, I want Xavier Worthy to be in this top 100 next year. He, a guy who hasn't been in it, that's what we're kind of looking at. A guy who hasn't appeared in the top 100 that we're ready to be in that top 100. For me, it's Xavier Worthy, because that means the deep ball is back. He doesn't get on this list if they're not throwing it deep and making the spectacular play and, everybody having fun like it's, 2018 all over again. So I'm going to go with Xavier Worthy on this one.
Okay. Matt, you got a guy you want to see crack the list?
Yeah, I love it. There's guys that I think are going to crack their list, and there's guys that I think could and would benefit the team more, and that's where I'm going, and that's George Karlaftis. If Karlaftis is a top 100 player, if he is a top, 5 or 6 or 7 pass rusher in the league, I mean, the ceiling of this defense just it goes to the roof. Thank you. Like Michael Jordan said.
Let me jump in. Is there a chance that the defense is more spectacular than the offense this year?
It's been the case the past 2 seasons, so yeah, absolutely. I would lean offense this year because I love the wide receiving core.
Yeah.
And I think the offensive line's going to be better than most people think. And Patrick Mahomes is going to go scorched earth. That's where I'd lean.
Right.
But no, I don't think that'd be a surprise at all. And if Karlaftis is that dude, then yeah, absolutely. Because if Omenihu is going to be what we've seen Omenihu be, which is an above-average pass defender, Chris Jones has another year left of being that elite top 3 player at his position. if Karlaftis becomes, he's been above average. If he becomes really good, a tier 2, tier 3-ish pass rusher below those Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett guys, kind of right below them, man, this defense is.
Hey, what good man.
But what we
haven't even stuttered yet.
What has to happen because he already had double-digit sacks, right?
2
years ago,
yep.
right? And we didn't even recognize that he had double-digit sacks. It was like one of those, oh, yeah, Karlaftis has 10.5 sacks as well. So if he has double-digit sacks, does it have to be mid-double digits, like 12, 13, 14, that kind of range to get on that top 100? Like, what do you think he needs to do to be on that top 100?
To get on the top 100, it's sack numbers. But to get on the top 100, in my eyes, it'd be consistent pressure. Remember last year when we had 2 months where we were saying, hey, where's George Karlaftis?
Yeah. Where
are you, dude? We need you. Charles Minhugh's hurt. Chris Jones is doing this all by himself, leading the league in pressure rate. You've got to be there to finish. Chris Jones is making these quarterbacks panic, making them scuffle, making them move, but you've got to get in there and wreak havoc.
Clean up the mess, if
exactly.
you will.
If we go 4 weeks without hearing Karlaftis' name, then yeah, that's a huge problem. Consistency for him this year.
Love that.
Who do you want?
Rasheed Rice.
Heck yeah.
Not only crack it, but slam dunk it. So Rasheed Rice has only started 12 games in his career. He's played in 20. So let's call his 2 years that he's been in the league a full year. Within that full year, he's got 1,200 receiving yards, 11.9 per reception, 9 touchdowns. And he's got 131 targets and 103 receptions. That's
pretty crazy. 1,200 yards and almost 12 yards a catch. I mean,
what he is, man. He's your
that's
yak
wild,
daddy, dude.
But seriously, find numbers like that are even that, that's weird.
Because last year he played in the 4 games. He had 29 targets, 24 receptions, 288 yards. That is an even 12 yards per reception. He had 2 touchdowns, 15 first downs. So a 65.5% success rate throwing to number 4. We saw a glimpse. It was taken away. Some friendly fire in that Chargers game. But by gosh, if he can do that in a whole season like we've seen in the 12-game slate that he started, the 20 games that he's played, and averaging 103 receptions, 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns, 59 first downs, I mean, I don't know how to tell you this, how much that opens the door up for Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy, and then you get to see these people like Dan Orlovsky, who did it today, saying Mahomes isn't the best quarterback in football. Dan-O.
Come on, Dan.
Dan-O. And then all of a sudden it's like, all right, maybe now, and I promise you, and I know we got to get to a break, but I promise you, if Mahomes has a healthy wide receiving core and the offensive line is even just 50% better than it was last year, we'll have the conversation, and this will be the narrative. Were we too early to say that he was diminishing his stats ahead of time? Should we have just waited till he had a healthy, and then everybody will come out with that? Well, if you look at the last 2 years, health was an issue in his receiving room. The year before that, didn't have this. And they'll be like, now all of a sudden he's got Rasheed Rice, who, by the way, was second in the league in yards in the first 4 weeks behind Nico Collins last year before he got hurt. He was on pace to have one of those years.
Mm-hmm.
He goes out, you have to lean on a rookie and a veteran tight end. Now you all of a sudden have your tight end who's in his last year 13, his girlfriend's favorite number. Coincidence? I think not. But also now you have him as maybe your 4th option with a guy like Rasheed Rice can do that. If Rasheed Rice has one of those years, he don't crack the top 100, he's going to crack top 50. My opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up, we have our all-time Royals team. It was announced. I can disagree because I'll tell you where I'll start. It's second
base. I'm going to recall this thing.
No doubt. 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. I want to talk to you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotics. They could buy to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with GiveMeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway. Give Me The VIN is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. That's right, $25,000 in cash every month. You get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website at GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Literally, it's so easy you can do it in your underwear. Just wait for the jingle. Play it out.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's summertime, and I love being outside, hanging out, doing all of those great outdoor activities. But if you have knee, hip, or shoulder pain and it's not getting any better, and you're stuck in a cycle of steroid shots, and now they're talking about surgery. Slow down a minute. I may have the solution for you. Hey, it's Bob Fescoe, and my friends at QC Kinetics are the leaders in regenerative medicine, using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And the best part about it is there's no meds, there's no surgery. It's advanced cellular therapy. These aren't Band-Aids. We're not masking the pain. It goes right to the root of the problem. And the best part is you can get a free second opinion. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRI and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough treatments, and it doesn't cost anything. So call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299, off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Saturday appointments available. It's QC Kinetics.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Is your old garage door a real clunker? Overhead Door Company of Kansas City is paying cash for your clunkers now. They'll haul away your old garage door and give you instant credit towards a new insulated door. $200 for the first garage door and $100 for each additional door. Cash in your old opener and entry door too. It's cash for clunkers now at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Schedule your free estimate at overheaddoorkc.com or call 816-221-0072.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Royals coverage sponsored by the Show Me Shootout Truck and Tractor Pull on July 19th. The Outlaws are coming. Get ready for the electrifying Show Me Shootout Truck and Tractor Pull, Saturday, July 19th at the Johnson County Fairgrounds. Tickets starting at $20 at the gate. Check out Show Me Shootout Warrensburg, Missouri on Facebook for details.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
71 northbound heavy into downtown from before 22nd Street. Eastbound 70, very heavy past the Paseo, just crawling along towards the construction zone around 18th Street, where you're down to 1 lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
This is the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Royals baseball. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
8 o'clock on a Monday, rolling along. Fescoe, Mac, Likens, we're all here with you. All-Star break, 97 games into the season, 47 and 50, 4.5 out of the wild card. It's not over, but it's getting tougher. According to Baseball Reference, 6.9% chance to make the playoffs.
Oh, nice.
So you're saying there's a chance.
All right.
But again, we'll see what happens in the second half. Good time to digress, rest, clear the slate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Go spend time with your family. If you're going to the All-Star game, just relax and have fun. Let's see what we got. Bobby, Bubich, Estevez, Garcia.
Yep.
Am I missing one?
No, that's it. Like, Q was never promoted to the All-Star staff, we heard, right? Like, I mean, which I think is kind of shoddy by Aaron Boone. But, hey, that's just me saying that because, I mean, Matt Quatrero had a 30-game improvement from a year ago and was in the postseason last year, won a playoff series. I do think he should probably be on the bench for the All-Star game, but I've not heard that Matt Quatrero was chosen as a coach for the All-Star game, which I believe is a very shoddy thing by Aaron Boone. You should have the playoff coaches involved in this thing, man.
Yeah, but Joe Torre will be there.
That's right.
But according to MLB, they went on a huge Twitter storm this weekend when they were just obviously at the break, and they have every team's all-time lineup, maybe not in the order of hitting, but like the actual best Royals all-time lineup, but it's the field. And this all-time lineup is anchored and coached by Ned Yost. All-time winningest manager. Makes sense, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
We'll go in position order numbers. So Brett Saberhagen, the pitcher, I disagree.
Yeah, I think the starting pitcher with Brett Saberhagen, I think is debatable. I think you could obviously make a case for Zach Greinke to be in this one. I think you could make a case, for Dennis Leonard to be in there. Kevin Napier, you could, but Brett Saberhagen, I mean, Cy Young Awards and, Rookie of the Years and World Series and all that kind of stuff. And would have been interesting to see if we got a full career out of Yo, where we kind of put him on that list and whatnot. But I think there's some conversation to be had for starting pitching, but I probably would have put Greinke on that list before I put Saberhagen, and that could be recency bias, but I feel like Zach Greinke, he's going to go into the Hall of Fame and wear a Royals cap in the Hall of Fame.
Right. Also a Cy Young winner in 2009, one of the best pitching performances of a year I've ever seen in my entire life. Catcher, obvious, Sal.
Yeah, there's no debating on that one, right?
First base is Haas.
Yeah, you could put, John Mabry in there. You could debate Mike Sweeney in there. But, Eric Hosmer, Mad Dash Home, World Series champion, probably gets the kind of the nod on that one, right?
Yep. You move over to second base. They have Frank White.
Yeah, I'm going to recall that one. I'm going to put Ben Zobrist in there because the Royals win the World Series in '85 without Frank White. They don't win the World Series in 2015 without Ben Zobrist.
I'm going to put Omar Infante there.
I like that. That's a good one.
Because I can. Yeah. No chance. No chance I'm keeping that guy at second base.
No, not a chance. I'm recalling that one like it's nobody's business. And yeah, Carlos Fabulous could be on that list for you if you wanted to.
I put Mark Gredzolanic.
Gredzolanic could
the
be
Italian
on there.
Stallion there.
The way that Jonathan India's playing second base right now, throw his name on there.
I'm shocked Mac's dad didn't make third base, but when there's a guy named George Brett that gets drafted in 1971 and goes on to do things he did, really no discussion.
No debate.
Yeah, more of a lock at their position when you saw the all-time list. George at third or Sal at catcher?
George at third.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shortstop is Bobby.
Yep.
No argument there.
Nah.
Your outfield gets a little fun.
Yeah, fun.
7, 8, 9 in that order. Left field, Alex Gordon. Center field, Carlos Beltran.
Yeah, you can make a case for Willie Wilson to be in that spot. Beltran, to me, is still the smoothest athlete I've ever seen play the game. He would glide, man. That guy was awesome. So I'm not going to, really argue that, but Lorenzo Cain could make that list as well. He was great.
And then you've got Willie Wilson out there as well.
Yeah, and they moved him over to right field.
I would have Locaine in there, and I would have, I know it's young of me to think that Willie Wilson should go out because, Willie Wilson walks so Lorenzo Cain can run in that center field. But, man, Beltran, so good.
So good. Alex Gordon is the best left fielder I've ever seen play the game. For all, not just the Royals. So he's on the list in left field. The center field one, we've had some good center fielders from Willie to Beltran to Damon to, Lorenzo Cain. And then Dye was in right field. You could put him in right field. Are we doing the three best outfilders in Royals history, or are we doing it by position? Because it looks like you're doing three best.
And you're just not going to take Gordo out of left because of the goal that he shows.
Right.
Your DH was Hal McRae. This is my younger bias. That's where I'd put Sweeney in.
Okay.
I know Hal McRae is like a Royal stud, always been great, always been one of those guys, and he's a Royal legend.
Yeah, phenomenal DH.
But man, dude, Sween Dog, I mean, the injuries obviously piled up, but I think I'd have Sweeney as my DH.
Yeah, you could put that in there, and make that case if you wanted to. I mean, Kendrys Morales was a pretty big, important bat as well. Very limited time. Hal was like that first DH, and everybody compared DHs to Hal moving forward in baseball for a number of years, and like that guy could hit too. So I'd put him up. Then they got Quiz as their closer.
I'd have Wade.
Yeah, a lot of people would. Yeah,
and I know Quiz was the fan favorite, still is. A lot of people always remember the smile, the throw, the quirkiness, how he was such a guy that I think, damn, dude, I feel like this team could use a Quisenberry. I know that Vinny's kind of that guy, getting jacked to say the sweat in the bathtub and trying to have fun in the locker room.
Yeah.
But like Quiz was that guy that would just, turn around. He's got 2 pieces of bubble gum blown up and bubbles put on his eyeball with cups on his ears, just acting a fool, which just kind of let people be loose around him. So I get the Quiz thing, but man, I'd have Wade there just because of what Wade, or even Holland, a big time closer there as well, relief bullpen guy as well, but. Yeah, I just think recency bias puts me with Sweeney at a DH. And I think the only place I disagree is probably one position outfield, relief pitching, DH, and starting pitching.
Yeah.
And I think we were pretty similar on our replacements there.
Yeah, I mean, the relief pitcher, there's been a couple of good ones. Quiz was, he was unbelievable back in the day and could, get anybody out with that sidearm, that submarine, movement that he had there that was kind of different, back. You don't see a lot of the submarine pitchers anymore. Sabes, just dominated from the time he set foot on the field. And then the outfield. I mean, there's been a lot of good outfielders that have come along here in Kansas City when it comes to the honorable mention side of things.
And then a lot of people were frustrated over the weekend seeing this list, the Kansas City people saying, absolutely shocked there's no Bo Jackson. That was the biggest name, and of course the text line is now flooded too. It's like, where's Bo?
But what did Bo do that deserves to be on this list? Bo was more of a figment of the imagination than he was a great player.
Because the way that you could do it is you could have, you could say that Bo was about as impactful in here as long as Wade Davis.
Wade Davis also won a World Series.
I'm not denying that. No, I'm not denying that. But yeah, I think that's just. Because, like, for me, my dad always told me about the other side of Bo. Like, he's like, oh, he did all these wonderful things. He's like, but he, like Mike Greenberg in the documentary, you don't know Bo.
Yeah.
Or Bo knows, whatever, Bo knows. My dad was like, see, been telling you that for years. Because he's like, as much as he did and all the stories that happened in like a comet speed. Like, it happened in 3 years and then it was gone.
Which is the case for most athletes.
Was he more surprising to watch in football or baseball?
Probably baseball, because baseball's harder. I mean, you really have to.
He runs over the bars, and then he has like all the runs and then all that. Because he's like, I'd almost say that it'd be football because he's most known for the video game. Like Tecmo Boy is like, you couldn't be Bo Jackson. The hell I couldn't. Try to stop it.
Try to stop me. Yeah.
Right.
No, I think it's harder to be a successful baseball player because you got to deal with a pitcher. In football, you as a running back especially. You can kind of take things into your own hand, right? Yes, you're relying on your offensive line, but if they give you a little bit of daylight, then it's on you, right? It's on you if you want to run somebody over, however you want to deal with the situation, it's on you. I think it's easier to be great in football than it is to be great in baseball.
Maybe we can get to this a little bit later. Good Morning Football tweeted out a poll question. Except excluding Patrick Mahomes.
We're back to that now, huh?
Which AFC West quarterback would you trust with the game on the line? Do you want to guess who the winner is in the clubhouse?
I mean, I would guess Bo Nix.
The names on the list, obviously, are Justin Herbert, Geno Smith, and Bo Nix.
Yeah, the answer should be none, but I would go with Bo Nix because, we saw Justin Herbert in pressure situations. He crumbles like a ash.
Justin Herbert has 46.2% of the votes, 2,159 votes in. I voted for Geno Smith. He's got 13.8. Bo Nix, 40%.
That's closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
I thought everybody would be loading up on Clown Show out in San Diego.
It's
there.
2-day.
Yeah. Oh, well, he wears khakis and his coach is smart, so he's going to win games.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
They started trading. How's it going for them? Have we had any reports yet from the Chargers side of things?
If you want to roll your eyes, Bo really wasn't great at football or baseball at the pro level. His football stats are mediocre. Coming up on the other side, we talk about what John Sherman and J.J. Picollo had to say over the weekend. In fact, yesterday, here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and you know baseball is continuing to roll on. The weather is getting nicer, and this season we're bringing you the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, Surfside Lemonade Vodka. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the K or on that patio. Find it in Kauffman Stadium all season long. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part, 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor stores. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Wish your outdoor space felt more like an escape? Let Powell Exteriors KC create the perfect custom deck or patio cover built to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. It's not too late. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. But this time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at TaxPro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-444-8992. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call TaxPro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-444-8992. 800-444-8992. That's 800-444-8992.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600, or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tiger, Dragon, do you have what it takes to win? Be fierce like the tiger, strong like the dragon. Only the brave will survive.
Yeah, that's not how these games work. With Tiger and Dragon from the Kansas Lottery, you can win up to $125,000 or $100K in a second chance drawing.
You are weak.
Ouch. It's not a video game. It's better. Play Tiger and Dragon instant games from the Kansas Lottery.
Let's play.
Yeah, that works. See kslottery.com for details.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
70 eastbound out of downtown, pretty heavy from the Paseo over past 18th Street, getting through a construction zone where you're down to one lane. 71 southbound, pretty heavy from MLK down to 55th Street with an accident reporting. Alan Corn, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Beats right here, baby. Yesterday, sent some audio from the man, the myth, the legend, Josh Vernier, from what the GM and the owner had to say about this team and the latest on the stadium developments as well. First, we'll go to JJ when it comes to the deadline of the trading block.
It's been slow, to be very candid, and I think some of it is because of the draft, and there's going to be a flurry here these last 2 weeks. But when you just look at the standings in both the American League and National League, there's just so many teams that are still in it. And, we have a team as recently as last year that post-draft, they look like they're out of the playoff chase and they go on an incredible run. Somebody's going to do that again this year. It's just a matter of when you approach the draft, do you believe in your team? If you believe in your team, you're going to stay competitive, you're going to fight to get players, and you're going to want to do everything you can so you get playoff baseball in your hometown. And quite honestly, that's where we feel like we are. So we're going to stay in this fight. We're going to work hard. We're going to be making the calls, more calls, come Tuesday morning once the draft's over. And I expect it'll be a busy, really busy 2 weeks.
So you can tell JJ's ready to go. Like he's ready to make moves. He's ready to make this team better.
Buckle up, EP. You got a busy week.
Yeah, exactly.
But that Abelardo's.
But,
yeah.
There, nobody else is, right? And that's kind of the message that we're getting from all of this is that we've got a situation where you got a general manager who is champing at the bit, which I heard on the Mets broadcast this weekend.
You said they did say champing?
Oh yeah, and he said it like
That's
champing.
the proper way to see it.
That's right. It's not chomping at the bit; it's champing at the bit.
KMBC.
And so you've got the Royals out here.
Check out how I park. It's contagious at Odyssey.
Worse. Get new carpets, please. So he's champing at the bit, right, to get out there and make moves. But nobody else is, right? You got to have somebody that's willing to do it with you. And if they're not, then there's nothing you can do about that. And so he said it's been slow, which is what we've been saying. This is the problem. I guess you could say with the extra wild card team. We seem to like it as fans, right? Oh, this is cool. More teams in the playoffs. But now the reality is more teams in the playoffs mean more teams think they're good, which means more teams hang on to players, which means nobody's getting traded, which means teams aren't getting better. So it is a false sense of...
So it's the NFL graphic of in the hunt.
Yeah.
Raiders.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. The NFL runs that in the hunt graphic beginning in like week 2.
Yeah.
It's like it's always up there, in the hunt, in the hunt, in the hunt. And so if you're going to have extra teams added into the playoffs, the smart move would have been then to push the trade deadline back 2 weeks and make it in the middle of August so teams can really get an understanding if they're in it or they're not, if they're really in it or if it's just fake kind of being in it right now. And he says you got to believe in your team and fight to stay in it. And if they believe in their team where they are right now, they've, again, World Series pitching, minor league lineup. We've been saying that all season long. They're going to have to find a way to generate offense and to get a bat. I don't know if that bat's going to be available. We'll know in the next 2 weeks, kind of where the Royals are going. But the good news is, as a Royals fan, you can rest easy and understand this is an aggressive general manager that wants to go out there and make moves. We saw what he did last year, right? Minor move. Nobody knew a lot of those guys that were mentioned last year and traded for. We didn't know who Lucas Erceg was at this time last year. And now he's turned into be a very reliable part, and you probably wouldn't have won a postseason series without some of those guys from last year. So minor move. It may not be the big move, but there's got to be some minor moves made on the offensive side of things.
Yeah, I think that when you look at this, the name that everybody pops out is Lugo because of the contract and everything like that. Would you be more surprised if Lugo is still here post-trade deadline or if Carter Jensen is?
I'd be more surprised if Carter Jensen was here, I think. Because I don't think there's a spot
or not
for
Carter
him.
Jensen. I'm sorry, Blake Mitchell. And I mean by this, by like, as in a member of this team. Because you mentioned your minor leaguers have proven nothing. And if they're worth the sell, then you might as well send them out. Carter Jensen's tearing it up, but that's not the name I meant. I meant Blake Mitchell. And that's a name that is starting to get a little bit of traction. And when you think about this team and what I think they firmly believe is that pitching's number one.
Right.
What is Cole Reagan's story in the second half? Can Noah Cameron continue to shove, and can Chris Puvich continue to shove? Plus, you still have Michael Wacha, who's been decent, and Lorenzen's a piece. Like, Lorenzen's a guy that I would consider an attachment to the trade, right? He's, hey, you got Blake Mitchell and you got Michael Lorenzen. That's the trade that the Royals get for player to be named. Now, the problem that you have with a lot of people in this town is at 4.5 in the wild card, and the teams you have to jump, which those teams that you have to jump are Minnesota, Los Angeles, Texas, and Tampa. You've swept Texas, so you know you can beat them. Tampa Bay, I don't know if you play. I don't think you play Texas again this year. Maybe if you do, it's at home.
Have we played them here?
I know we played them there.
They
but
were there, but I don't think they've come here yet.
So you swept them there, but Minnesota you will continue to play. So there's two teams that are on the schedule. The Angels, they played them early this year. I don't remember. Either way, you're 4.5 games behind the wild card spot. If you're gonna sell, which it sounds like they're going to buy. From what JJ just said in that audio, that they are going to buy when it comes to this year and this moment. Because, again, 3 games under 500, 4.5 games out of the wild card, whether you believe it or not, I don't think they're going to sell. And I think that you heard in that audio that he's going to make a decision, and it's going to basically start moving after Tuesday night.
Yeah, hopefully, tomorrow at the earliest, maybe this time tomorrow we start to see some rumors, about baseball. All right, the draft is done. Let's focus on the big league clubs, and we start to get some hot rumors, that are floating around with the All-Star game and everybody milling around, bloviating to each other and talking and all that kind of nonsense that goes on, as at these events. Maybe we get some stuff that, kind of gets stirred up, a little bit with this team. I don't think trading Seth Lugo, though, is an admission of defeat and an admission that you're out of it. I think it's a smart baseball decision for your overall organization because you're not going to bring him back next year, both based on age and money, and he's going to hit the open market. And quite honestly, you don't need to pay Seth Lugo to be on your team with the emergence of Noah Cameron right now. That's the other thing. You don't have to spend $18 million on, Seth Lugo to go out there and pitch for you next season because you've got this kid that's pitching on the league minimum right now. The Blake Mitchell thing is interesting because yesterday JJ was also talking about positions of strength on this team. He mentioned the catcher position in the minor leagues, and that kind of, I don't want to say raised a red flag, but it got my antenna up a little bit saying, okay, there may be an opportunity where a guy like Carter Jensen or Blake Mitchell has to be part of a package in order to make your team better at the big league level. And that's great. That's why you have minor leagues, either A, to help you here, your club here, or B, to use those guys to trade to get veterans to help your big league ball club. And so if you can trade a guy like Blake Mitchell and include, I like the and Michael Lorenzen type thing, if that ends up being a trade that gets you a veteran bat back in return, then that's a trade that you have to make. That you can't worry about Blake Mitchell being part of the future or anything like that. You've got to worry about winning now at the big league level because that's all that matters.
And you have to look at teams that are willing to sell. And right now, I think the biggest team names that I've seen that are going to be sellers, according to like Heyman and Passan and guys like that have talked about teams that could be possible sellers, are Cleveland and Baltimore.
Yep.
Right? Obviously, the Athletics and the White Sox below them as well. I don't know if the Athletics would sell anybody. They've got a good core. They don't have a home yet, so I think they want to take something to Vegas when they eventually go there. And you have Kurtz and you have Wilson.
Marlins man texted me the other day. He bought season tickets in Vegas for the A's. Yeah,
that's kind of tight,
isn't it?
See if we can get a Royals game out there next year.
We'll get. Yeah, well, not next year.
In 2 or 3 years, 27, 28.
Which is built first, the A's Stadium or the Royals Stadium?
It's funny you say that because John Sherman talked about that. But it's kind of hard when you look at sellers in the American League because you have Cleveland who's in your division, but I think Cleveland is at the point where it's like this regime is over. We got, Travis Bazana, who we drafted number 1 overall of our team a couple years ago. We're going to build a franchise around him. Ramirez, maybe he's on his whatever. And
if you could get Jose Ramirez to Kansas City, I would give up anything just about to have him here.
And then your National League sellers are, well, I've seen, obviously always the Marlins. But the Braves, the Pirates, and the Nationals all could be potential sellers, especially with the Nationals gutting out their front office and their manager as well. So
now's the time to take advantage of that. Like you walk into a store that changed management and they're having a going out of business sale and something that isn't supposed to be marked down is marked down. Maybe you can get James Wood on this team. maybe go out there and steal a player, from the Washington Nationals in that aspect. So there are things out there. I know with the Cleveland thing, this is just me speaking, but I'm a petty SOB. I would never trade with inside my own division. I mean, I know we're going to be bad, but I ain't going to try to make you better by trading some good players there. So Baltimore's the one you got to feast on right now, I think. I think that's the roster you need to be picking over.
Because that Mullins kid, he's only hitting 218 again. So, I mean, I don't know where his love is, but somebody says you weren't wrong. Use Jensen in a trade, too crowded at catcher.
It is. It's Jensen, Blake Mitchell. I mean, JJ did say that. He goes, we got to deal from a position of strength, and that is pitching right now, which is great to hear, and catching. Those are the two biggest areas of strength on this team. So in order to get somebody good back in return, you've got to give up something of value, right? You're not going to be able to trade whoever, in the minor leagues, MJ Melendez, and expect to get somebody back in return that's going to produce at the big league level. It doesn't work that way. You've got to give the opposition something of value so you get a better product back in return. And so if you got to get rid of Blake Mitchell or Carter Jensen, so what? They're minor leaguers. Look at the numbers out there on the board. I mean, Cag's only hitting 151 at the big league level. It's a big difference.
And that was last week.
That was last week, right? It's a big difference from from AAA to the big league level. Just because somebody's doing good in AAA doesn't mean they're going to do good up here. And so if you got the opportunity to flip a prospect and get veteran players back in return, when the Royals have done that, it's worked out very well for them.
This comes from Jayhawk for Life. Our buddy on Twitter says, just for a little bit of perspective, the Royals were at 500 on July 23rd, 2014. So you know how that whole thing went. And then, of course, you have people on the text line saying, if they don't trade and sell, JJ set this team back 5 years.
No, you don't set anybody team back 5 years. They were 30 games under 500 2 years ago, and they made the playoffs the following year. It's not like that in baseball anymore.
Not only did they make the playoffs, they went to the ALDS.
Yeah,
and
they won a series in the postseason last year. Right, you're exactly right. We can't continue to look at baseball like we did back in the day, where we got to keep all these minor leaguers. That's false optimism down there. That's job justifiers. That's what the minor leagues is. The GMs and whatnot at these clubs can sell their bosses. Oh, you got all these kids coming up in the minor leagues. Okay, that'll be a couple years. It buys me some time. JJ's like, let's trade all these guys and win at the big league level. That's the attitude that you need to have, because nobody cares what your minor league record is. Nobody cares what your minor league team does. Did you win at the big league level or not? And if you didn't win at the big league level and you're hoarding prospects for no apparent reason, you're not doing it right. I love the mindset of JJ. Believe in your team, fight, and we're going to fight and stay in this thing. That's all you can want from your general manager.
This came from the newest member of the Whittisons. I don't know if you saw the picture. John Sherman had the bumper sticker in the eye black. He was all in, but this is what he had to say on the latest stadium developments.
Well, I think I would just say this. We're running what I think is a good process. We're doing our due diligence, and this process is all about making sure that the Kansas City Royals and Major League Baseball are in this region for the next 50 years. These teams, and when I say these teams, I'm talking about the Chiefs as well, and Sporting and Current as well. These teams are important to all the communities, but I think in particular importance, not just the economic impact, but it says a lot about the identity, about the pride, and it's part of our culture, right? It's a great sports town. It's a great baseball town. But everybody is infatuated with this. The media is speculating every other day right now. So I think I've had people that, everybody's got a kind of or not everybody. People might have a horse in this race, but I think at the end of the day, I think our fan base and the community will be happy, and we'll all be glad when we make this decision. And we kind of go, and so we can look ahead to the future. But I would just say that these are complicated processes, right? It's about a multi-jurisdictional public-private partnership, very important to the community, and unfortunately they take a little time, but I think we're getting close.
Well, I think we're getting close. We've heard that for a year.
And Jamal's got a leg.
Yeah, that's right.
And the Chiefs starters are going to play the first quarter.
Yes.
Just get it over with, man. Like, there was nothing there in that minute 18 seconds that really said.
Just at the end, we're getting close.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what they say. We'd have it done by midsummer last year.
Yeah.
And now we're getting close.
Well, we're a month into summer now, right? Summer's 90 days. So each season,
we're
90
10 days past the 4th of July.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it was going to be early summer, spring, fall, winter.
Game in 16 days.
We do, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, you think we'll have an announcement one way or the other? I don't know anymore. I know August 9th seems to be a date a lot of people are talking about, but who knows?
August 9th is a pretty big day last year. That was, I think, when this show went full steam ahead.
Is it really?
I think it was August 9th. because I told Spec my birthday was August 7th. If he wants to give me an early present, he just looked at me and was like, that concludes our meeting.
Yeah, thank you
very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Speaking of days away, Mac, we're 53 days away. I believe I'm reading that right from the Chiefs' first or the NFL's first.
Lou Bush.
Lou Bush.
Yeah. It's amazing how you remember randos and numbers that they wore, right? Number 53, Lou Bush. L-E-W space B-U-S-H. Lou Bush.
Is he like Bill Brasky?
He is. Are you looking up Lou Bush? Please tell me you're looking up Lou Bush.
No, I wasn't. I was looking up Anthony Hitchens because I think he's number 53.
Was he 53? I thought he was more 55, 50.
He was 53.
I think he was 53, yeah. Okay, Max Chiefs question. 53 days. Who other than Mahomes? This is more of a football question.
Oh, Lou Bush is dead now. That can't be the same guy.
More of an NFL question. Who other than Mahomes would you bet on for MVP to find some good value? I know all of us are in on Patrick Mahomes right now on FanDuel. He's plus 600. He's tied with Josh and Joe Burrow in second place at plus 600 for MVP. Lamar Jackson leading the way at plus 500. But with MVP, it's one of those things where you can find some pretty good, juicy value bets down below. Is there a guy that you guys have right now, or text line 913-586-7965 that you could that you think could take the league by storm this year?
Lou
Bush.
Mahomes would you bet on to find good value? Look, we give Mahomes all this, fire and stuff that he hears. Why not Jaylen Herz, man? Like, everyone thinks it's, Saquon. I mean, you look at Juice, it's plus 2,000, right? To win
Plus
MVP
2,000?
odds.
Yeah.
He's in a quarterback list that we'll bring up tomorrow. He's like the 9th best quarterback according to ESPN scouts, officials, agents, and all that sort of stuff. Why not, man? Like, does Mahomes have to be the only one that goes scorched earth when he hears hatred? Like, Jaylen Herz, 2 Super Bowls, best player on the field in both Super Bowls, has a ring, a Super Bowl MVP, 9th. Baker Mayfield behind him, Jared Goff above him, which is fine. Jared Goff's been, one of those guys. But why not have a little bit of fire? What else? Welcome to the world of Patrick Mahomes, Jaylen Herz. What else do I have to prove? I've shown everybody that I can play in the big game. I've won the big game. I've won the MVP of the big game. And it wasn't the coattails of, did you define irony of a series for the Eagles? Right? Oh, they got there riding the coattails of Saquon Barkley. Won the biggest game in the year against the best team in the other division. They used Saquon Barkley at a minimum rate. They threw the ball. They used Jaylen Herz, and he lived up to it, and he played very, very well. And why not? Plus 2,000 to go win the MVP. What else do you have to prove to the world? That I can be the best player during the regular season as well.
What's he going to have to do, though, to get the MVP award? Because I feel like...
get hurt.
What's that?
Barkley would have to get hurt.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like every other quarterback.
They won't pass enough.
Yeah. That's
and that would skyrocket him if they continue to do what they're doing and he gets up.
Because I do like the plus 2,000. I think that's a very, very fun number for Jaylen Herz because nobody gives this guy a lot of respect. That's why I ask, what has to happen for him to get the MVP? Because we go into this season and he's already fighting against the Associated Press or whoever votes for the MVP, right? They already don't think he's the MVP of this league. Does he have to go 50 and 5,000 to even be in the conversation to get the MVP award at this point in time?
No, if he threw for like 4,300 and like 40 touchdowns, it's just. But the problem is he doesn't throw. Like the problem is he doesn't throw for more than 3,300 yards. Doesn't throw for more than 25 touchdowns. But all the other numbers that are there that aren't what quarterback numbers should be are rushing yards per attempt, touchdowns on the ground. Like, he's got a ton of rushing touchdowns in his career because he does a tush push.
Right.
Moves the chains, does what he's supposed to do, doesn't screw up the game.
Right.
But then again, if he goes out there and it's like, hey, it's like the Alex Smith thing. Can you throw the ball downfield? Can you stretch the field? You're about to be a free agent. And then Alex Smith's free agent year, or the year when Mahomes is drafted, all of a sudden he knows how to throw the ball to Tyreek Hill.
Right.
Hey, Matt makes a great point. Saquon Barkley's out. We have to have you. Okay. But here I am.
But here's the thing. He's already done that without Saquon Barkley. He led a team to the Super Bowl 2 years ago without Saquon Barkley, right? And so he's been the quarterback of a team without Saquon Barkley. That was really one bad play away from winning the Super Bowl and him being the MVP of that game. And we act like Jaylen Herz just showed up on Tuesday and is starting at quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. And so, again, I've got the Jaylen Herz apology gene inside me, and I'm ready to let that thing, fly this year because I think he's a much better quarterback than people want to give him credit for. I think Jaylen Herz was one of those guys that we see all the time in sports. People have preconceived notions of who somebody is, and based on performance, they don't want to change it because they've already said what they've already said. I think Jaylen Herz has proven to a lot of people, and those people won't recognize it, that he's a damn good quarterback in this league. My question is, when is the next time we're going to see an MVP not named Josh, Lamar, Patrick, or Joe?
Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh this year.
Yeah,
Could
plus
be.
7,500.
Plus 7,500?
Yep.
If Pittsburgh wins that division, is Aaron Rodgers the MVP?
100%. They
I
win
think so,
12
too.
games, and people love voting Aaron Rodgers MVP. He's already won, 4 or 5 of these awards. They would not be shy in voting him again, and he'd be the catalyst. So, yeah, there's this storyline there. There is.
I mean, seriously, they might go and win that division with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. And if they do, he's the MVP.
Yeah, he'd have to be incredible. I think they're probably a 9 or 10 win team as usual. But either way, that there is that story. I think Justin Herbert at plus 2,000. You got to look at the storyline. Like, he's got Ladd McConkey. Besides that, like, Najee Harris.
But are they going to run the ball, too? That's the same handcuff situation with
Right,
Hurts. They have now 2 running backs. Well, actually, Najee Harris blew his face up
So
with the
we'll see
fireworks.
what's going on with that.
Idiot.
I chose him. I chose him for on the come, and then the next
And
week,
it boom!
yeah,
It
see
blew
ya.
up in your face, literally.
What about Russell Wilson?
Gosh.
What's his number? Is he even on the board?
He's below Anthony Richardson, if that makes you feel
No
better.
way. Anthony Richardson. He ain't going to start.
Richardson's at plus 10,000. Russell Wilson plus 20,000. He's tied with Micah Parsons.
What's Daniel Jones?
Below all these guys. Let me see. Now Jonathan Taylor's above Daniel Jones. I don't know, man. I can't find
All right.
Daniel Jones.
He's not on the list because he doesn't need to be.
What if the Colts win the division? Is Daniel Jones your MVP?
You got Rasheed Rice, Chris Jones, and Xavier Worthy, but you don't got Daniel Jones.
Wow. To give reference to Jaylen Herz, as a quarterback, he's never been under 500. He's gone 8-7, 14-1, 11-6, 12-3. His best year passing wise probably comes from 2022 when he went to the Super Bowl. He had 3,700 yards, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
Damn, 6 interceptions?
In 2023, they went 11-6. He threw for 38, 58, 23 touchdowns, 15 interceptions.
Yeah.
That was a turnover heavy year.
But how many of those came after Sirianni yelled at a Chiefs fan and the thing went downhill from there, right? Because after that game, that thing dissipated fast for Philadelphia.
Yeah, it was his worst team, and he had his worst season. Yeah, he wasn't propped up by the
But they
best roster
weren't
in
they
the NFL.
10-1 at that point in time?
And then they lost 7 games in a row. Yeah, because they imploded.
They
Yeah.
did, but I think that had a lot to do with leadership at that point in time. That was a big misstep by Sirianni. He's lucky he didn't get fired after that. He's really lucky he didn't get fired.
Big Dom came in. Hey, Sirianni, chill.
Yell at the fans, collapse, fizzle out in a playoff game, come back the next year and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Hurts is great where he's at in being complimented by the offense and defense and everything's got surrounded. If that infrastructure left and they needed to count on him, I do not think that would go well.
How many quarterbacks could you truly count on
Not
in
many.
the NFL? Right, that's my point.
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about team being top 5. That's what that is to me. That's what that is.
You've got Mahomes.
Yep.
You've got Allen.
Yep. Burrow, Lamar.
Yes, to an extent, but not like Allen and Mahomes, dude.
No, not at all.
5 years ago, I put Rodgers in that category.
For sure.
I don't know where he is now. But if
Stafford?
they win
for sure.
Yeah, I would put him in there.
Yeah.
Not enough from Daniels yet. Need another year.
As we bring this full circle on Max Chief's question from 53 days out, Ken Avery, Chris Griffin, Todd Howard, Fred Jones, Marcus Patton, and defensive ends like Rick Hamilton and Whitney Paul all wore the number 53.
Yeah, Lou Bush was 51, and he is dead. He died in 2011.
Dang. Coming up, can this guy be the Cooper Flagg of the NFL next year? We talk about that next on Fescoe and Dusty, 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram at TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, my friends from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control made a huge difference for us at our house this past weekend because we were able to sit outside and not have to deal with mosquitoes or ticks or fleas. And that's because of that mosquito dome that is now over our house. And I can't tell you how much we absolutely love it because it allows us to do something we love the most, and that's sit outside and enjoy our outdoor space. Got the TV outside, want to watch the game out there, and more importantly, the dog wants to run around and play in the yard. And we can do that without having to worry about those ticks or those fleas getting all over our dog. And for us, the mosquitoes are gone, so we can sit outside and not have to worry about getting bit. And our lawn is looking great because of the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They're college-educated professionals. They've been coming out since the beginning of spring, getting rid of all the weeds, all the dandelions, and keeping that yard looking the way that it needs to look so I can be proud every time I drive up. And they've done a great job with our lawn. They've done a great job telling us along the way of everything that they're going to do. And now they want to offer that full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control to you. So when you call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, mention this ad, and they're going to give you up to half off your first application. Visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com. Hey, Kansas City, it's Bob Fescoe, and I'm here to tell you about the fantastic program called Blue KC Coaches with Character. Through this program, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City, the Royals and I are continuing to team up to honor local high school coaches who are making a difference in the Kansas City community. And the best part is, you get to nominate them. This month's Blue KC Coaches with Character recipient is Gardner Edgerton High School head cross-country coach Walt Cochran. A well-known figure in the local community, Walt has spent the last 24 years leading the Gardner Edgerton cross-country program. He's endured his fair share of peaks and valleys, but has graciously used his decades of coaching experience to better the lives of his student athletes, both on and off the field of play. From a state cross-country championship in Kansas Class 6A to assisting those in his program in their day-to-day challenges, Walt always meets and exceeds every opportunity that comes his way. By doing so, he's beloved by many and worthy of praise and recognition that comes with the Blue KC Coaches with Character Award. His father once told him to work hard, love people, and do it with integrity. This approach has helped him steer the Gardner Edgerton cross-country team in the right direction throughout his tenure and earned him the respect and dignity that comes with such a well-known program. While there will be challenges, obstacles, and struggles along the way, Walt encourages his student athletes to attack each hurdle with confidence, optimism, and determination. He knows that his role as their coach and educator is to prepare everyone for life after high school, and he's been succeeding in that mission for nearly 3 decades. While his coaching methods and styles have evolved throughout his journey, his mindset, attitude, and charming personality has remained steady to ensure the longevity of his program remains intact and continues to shine for many more years to come. Walt's compassion and humility helps create an outstanding culture of excellence that his student athletes remember and take with them once their high school careers conclude. If you know a high school coach who makes Kansas City a better place to live, work, and play, nominate them to be recognized for the Blue KC Coaches with Character program. Go online to www.bluekc.com/nominate coaches with character.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Guys, don't live with tiredness and low energy. Get your life back with testosterone therapy at the Low T Center. Take the test, get fast results, and start TRT with Kansas City's leading experts in men's health. Now it's easier than ever with the new Synergen X Health app, an innovation in healthcare technology that you won't find anywhere else except the Low T Center. Download now or book an appointment while the test is still free at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Car wreck? Get the money you deserve. Mike's got this.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 eastbound heavy out of downtown. You hit delays at the Paseo and stays very slow to around Truman, then just off of Get On Again sluggish down towards 27th Street, getting into and through a construction zone where you're down to 1 lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Money must be driving you all crazy. You're talking about Aaron Rodgers, MVP. There's just the possibility, taking long shot bets.
Yeah.
But Jaden Daniels was plus 750 in the sophomore season.
Is that right? Yeah, 750. I think so.
Cam Ward's your favorite to win Rookie of the Year? Is it Travis Hunter? On the spot. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's bad radio.
No, you're good. Give me a second. Rookie of the Year. Well, there's offensive and defensive. So, yeah, let me look at the offensives.
Cam Ward's got to be the long shot.
Yeah,
defensive
defensive
is
is obviously Abdul Carter. I can't find the offensive Rookie of the Year.
Weird.
I mean,
there we go. Oh, no. Well, duh. It's Genty.
Ashton Genty. Okay.
Yep. Genty
Don't
at
like
plus
that.
270. Ward right behind him at plus 300, and then a jump to Hunter at plus 900.
The interesting thing about Ward is nobody knows who that is or where he plays, and he was the number 1 pick. Like that, I've never ever guys have seen anything like this. Like other than like Eric Fisher being drafted number 1, and that's a left tackle, right? This guy's a quarterback, was drafted number 1 overall, and I guarantee you the average NFL fan would be like, I know that name. Is that Charlie Ward who played for the Knicks? Like they would think that before they think about Cam Ward playing for the Tennessee Titans. I don't even know if he's going to start down there. There's been, a lot of smoke, obviously filled with mayonnaise, but like Will Levis is playing good, they said, during the spring. So if that's the case, by all means, let's see what he can do, right? They're clueless mooks.
No doubt. Hello, America. I thought that was coming next. No. So you talk about Cam Ward where
I don't. Nobody does.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I would love to be Cam Ward. He's got no pressure,
Perfect.
man.
Yep.
No, I'm saying that's what I'm like. He's the first quarterback taken.
Unbelievable.
I think Arch Manning will probably be the first pick next year.
Oh, I think he's already been drafted.
Oh.
Did you see he gave $1.5 million to the Texas efforts too?
Pretty cool.
I mean, that's awesome.
Pretty cool. Paul Feinbaum guaranteed Texas will beat Ohio State in week 1. Quote, I am as married to Arch Manning as an old geezer like me can be to a young, great college quarterback.
Okay.
Is he going to be Kyber with Shador? But I like everything about him, and I think you said something. The Manning name matters, but it isn't going to matter that field in a couple of weeks at Ohio State. The experience of being an understudy to yours and understanding Sark's system is what's going to get him over the top and probably, well, not probably, definitely beat Ohio State in the opener.
Okay.
Again, this is Paul Feinbaum saying this, not Arch Manning, but that is week 1.
That's also Paul Feinbaum, who, has made his living off of loving up the SEC as well. Let me ask you this, for all of the Texas fans sitting in the back.
Tell you something, Dusty.
What was the last time Texas won something big?
That game that was given to them against Arizona State.
Which game was that?
Or did they end up beating Arizona State last year when they had They didn't challenge her. They challenged it, and they said it was a hit.
Yeah, I think they
ended up beating him.
Yeah.
Scadaboo was a running back, and
Scadaboo
Texas
was a
got
running
away
back.
with it because they called like targeting or something like that.
Terrible call.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's the worst call I've ever seen in my life.
no.
3 weeks later, that was actually the worst call.
Yeah, right. Well, it happens
They won in
daily.
overtime.
Yeah. So
they won OT. Yeah, that was their biggest win.
But I mean, Texas
in
does
a college
not
football playoff.
normally step up and win big moments. They have been one of the, I don't want to use the term laughing stock, but for where they are with money, they should be a lot more prolific than they are in both men's basketball and in football, and they haven't been up there. So I think that's a little Feinbaum bias right there. Now, obviously, Ohio State's got a new quarterback this year as well, and everything changes over in college sports, but I'm not ready to say Texas is ready to play with the likes of Ohio State quite yet. They've got to figure things out. They've got to show consistency that they can play and be on top before I'm ready to pick the Texas Longhorns to beat Ohio State in week 1. I get it. I mean, Feinbaum's a brilliant guy at throwing his opinion out there and getting people riled up about that one, but everybody's going to be looking forward to that game. There's no question about it.
I mean, I can't wait to see if Sark brings back the pants.
Oh, God,
you
I
know
hope
he'll
so.
bring back the
Yeah.
pants.
Oh, they got to,
Come
man.
on.
Those cream-colored, whatever, gray. And then you got the rat on the other sideline, the red cheeks and the beady eyes. Looks like he looks like he's been bit by a raccoon, but like a baby raccoon. It gave him a little bit of the rabies. I don't know, man.
He's got a beautiful beard, man.
Big, nice beard.
Yeah.
Him without the beard would be, oof.
Yeah, but he's got the Just for Men in there perfectly. It's the perfect color. It's a great-looking beard. August 30th, 11 a.m. is when they're going to play that
11
game.
a.m. Let's go. Love it.
August 30th at 11 a.m. is when they're playing that game.
That's we're 6 weeks away. We're 6 Saturdays away from this last Saturday.
That's nuts.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pumped. Let's go, man.
And the video I always see for like letting us know how close we are to the football is the Virginia Tech North Carolina game that they do like the Sandman in Virginia Tech and start going. I'm like, I would love to be there for like the first 10 minutes. I'd be like, all right, get me out of here.
Yeah.
Like,
Freaking out now.
Walls are closing in. That or I go to a Rocky Top game at night, just seeing that on TV, seeing how that is, and just be like, that would be awesome.
Vibrating.
The Wisconsin jump around to start the fourth quarter is really cool. I got to be part of that one time. That was awesome.
I just want to go to an SEC game at night.
That would be great.
night,
like LSU at night, I think would be Clemson at night.
Go to the Swamp, and it's LSU, Florida.
Have you ever been to LSU?
I've not been to LSU.
Clemson for a game?
Clemson, no, they're not SEC.
Right,
but
I'm just thinking of like the cool places that people say you got to go to.
You want to see Dabo run down the hill? I want to be there when he eats it.
Yes, when he falls on his
geek.
Yeah, but Clemson at night's supposed to be awesome. Virginia Tech, obviously, at night's supposed to be awesome. But LSU is where I really want to go. That's the one at night. You want to go see a game down there. Start tailgating on Thursday for that thing.
Somebody says it's not full-blown rabies, just a touch of the rabies.
Just a touch.
He's got a little bit there. Like if he was if he was in The Walking Dead, he'd been sneezed on. He wasn't bit.
Yeah.
But there's something that's definitely ticking in that body where it could go either way. He sleeps alone with a locked door. That's for sure, man.
Julian Sayin is your quarterback this year, Bob. 5-star transfer from Alabama. Shocker. There you go.
Shocker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
What are we going to do next year?
Yeah.
Well, there's Guy Bama because Missouri's starting quarterback's the backup at Penn State. Was it backup at Penn State?
I believe so. I believe that's correct.
They had a hell of a train. They got a stud from a D3 school running back too at Mizzou. I'm telling you, college football playoff week schedule.
Let's go. And then I found out little tidbit this weekend for next year's draft that the Saints offensive coordinator, and they'll likely have the number 1 pick, very likely could be the worst team in the NFL. Their offensive coordinator is Garrett Nussmeier's father.
Who?
Garrett Nussmeier is the LSU quarterback. He's favored to be like the 2nd or 3rd overall pick if the Saints get that number 1. His dad, yeah, exactly.
Nussmeier.
No, Nussmeier or Manning. If you don't take Manning and you're in New Orleans, you get run out of town.
Yeah, because Arch could just live in the French Quarter where they have the house is.
Yeah, he's already got his house down there. I've been there. But they've got Nussmeier.
I know.
That's a wet fart. It really is. Like you're the New Orleans Saints and you've got the number 1 pick in the draft, and there's Arch Manning looking right at you, and you take somebody named Nussmeier. They're clueless mooks. I mean what are we doing here with that, right? Don't even bring that name up. Now, if you have the 4th pick and Arch is gone and you want to take Darius Nuttmeyer or whoever it is on the team, whatever the guy's name is, go for it. But if you're the New Orleans Saints and you have pick 1-1 and Manning this year was not a guy who blew out his knee or collapsed on the field and showed that he couldn't play, you have no choice but to take Arch Manning. I mean, I think we're starting to see kind of the stars align, and we may see some of the script at play here where Arch Manning goes on to save the New Orleans Saints franchise.
Contradictory when it comes to the coaching in the voting system. Plus, we give our predictions of, well, prop bets of the division here in the AFC West on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you, every experience that I have with my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control is just better than the next. These guys are unbelievable. I love talking to the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control and finding out exactly what they're doing to my lawn. I told you last week, Jake came out. I'm like, hey, what are you doing out here? He goes, we're putting down a midsummer fertilizer to make sure that everything goes well and your lawn stays healthy through all of this Midwestern heat. And that way, when the fall rolls around and we're ready to do more to your yard, we've got a product that we can work with. I'm like, great, put down whatever you need. I trust you guys because you've done such an amazing job with my yard already. And that's what I love about Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. They've taken all of the stress of trying to keep up a nice yard out of our hands. They're doing everything for us, from cutting it to fertilizing it to trimming to making sure it looks its best. Aspen Lawn and Pest Control has been there for us. And the pest control side of things has been awesome. They put the mosquito dome over our house, and we don't have to worry about the mosquitoes, the fleas, the ticks, or any of that attacking us as we sit outside and enjoy that outdoor space. So get in touch with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control today. They're college-educated professionals, and they offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. Plus, they're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. With thousands of 5-star reviews, you can trust us to bring happiness home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Life's better with American Family Insurance. Because we know in making the most of your home, DIY doesn't just stand for do it yourself. It also means dream it yourself. And we're here to help protect the dreams you're building. Save up to 23% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
It's time to have the best steak of your life. Booth Creek Wagyu. KC's premier Wagyu meat market is changing the way America eats beef. And now you can join the Wagyu revolution at 2 KC locations, 135th and Metcalf and at 95th in Knoll. Whether you're looking to wow your family at a tailgate or sear the best steaks ever on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. You won't regret it. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations. Open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he's like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
Royals coverage sponsored by the Show Me Shootout Truck and Tractor Pull on July 19th. The Outlaws are coming. Get ready for the electrifying Show Me Shootout Truck and Tractor Pull, Saturday, July 19th at the Johnson County Fairgrounds. Tickets starting at $20 at the gate. Check out Show Me Shootout Warrensburg, Missouri on Facebook for details.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
71 northbound slow into downtown from around 18th Street. 70 eastbound very heavy heading from the Paseo over towards 18th Street with construction. You're down to one lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
On a Monday here on 96.5 The Fan, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be just absolutely humid today, isn't it?
It looks like that. I was looking out the window earlier. I'm like, it feels like it looks very hot outside today. Humid and
choke on your own breath.
Yeah.
It is the All-Star break tonight, Home Run Derby. Go James Wood. That's who we're pulling for, plus 450. I know a lot of people want to see the big dumper get completely annihilated in this situation where it comes to like hitting home runs, hitting bombs, hitting a lot of them. 26.5, I think, is the number that we said was the total of the most home runs in the first round by any player. Look, if he goes in there and hits like 35 home runs in the first round, he didn't have to do anything the rest of the night. He put on a show. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
But we will talk about what was this weekend for the Royals real quick, and then what that means moving forward for them the rest of the year. 97 games in, they're 47-50. They're third in the Central. They're 4.5 games out of the wild card with Minnesota, LA, Texas, Tampa all ahead of them. You will play all of those teams in the second half. New York, Boston, and Seattle, they own the wild card spots right now. And the division winners, Detroit, Houston, Toronto. I think Detroit and Houston will obviously run away with those divisions. I think Toronto will have their hands full all year with everybody seemingly in the AL East in the playoffs, which is crazy. But I think the topic of Monday after the weekend is not the fact that they lost 2 out of 3. Not the fact that, Nick Lofton does it again or what it may be. But I think the conversation was whatever had everybody talking, which was Saturday's game where Bobby Witt Jr. was called out by review in New York. And for us who talked about this earlier, there was no fight in anything whatsoever. And I know there's a lot of people that probably listen to Vern's postgame show where Vern's like, well, what's he supposed to do? Right? Is he supposed to get mad at the people in New York that got it wrong or got it right? Bobby technically came off the bag and got tagged. He's out. That's the rule. He's out. Okay. I can hear Vern saying that nonstop in my head. But it's not necessarily about the actual call that happened, but the moment where you are allowed to have your moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
How many times have you in life had things that really pissed you off, whether you're getting your car looked at an auto shop, whether you're going to a store and somebody double parks, and then all of a sudden something happens later on down the road and you blow up at the wrong moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether that be on your spouse, your friend, your sibling, your family member, whatever it may be. And it's like, where the hell did all that come from? That didn't merit that moment. That was a moment where Bobby Witt Jr., it was reviewed, he was out, the replay system worked for what it's used for. I understand that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be mad at the necessarily call, but that you just had enough of this type of blank.
Right.
And I thought that was a moment where Q could have ran out of the dugout, gave the umpire his 2 cents. The umpire could have been like, it wasn't my call. He's like, but you called him safe, and these idiots up north, this is F and BS, blah, blah, blah. Q, you're gone. Okay, that just lets me know that's a lot of boiled up frustration, that this was a moment in which I'm allowing him to have that moment because, yeah, I don't like the way the call went. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was the call on the field at that moment that he is arguing about, just more so just frustration. Jack Caglione being the most unluckiest hitter in baseball since he's been called up. The stats can prove that. I can read them later from Jake Eisenberg. Bobby Witt Jr. not making the All-Star game as a starter, Jacob Wilson. Stuff like that. That's like stubbing your toe. Then getting in your car. Oh, I've got a flat tire. Then you go here, and then eventually you just can't take anymore.
Right.
And you just explode. But you need to have that in a moment in which it is necessary for. And there's half of the audience that thinks that he shouldn't have done anything, which I think is crazy. And then there's the other half of the audience is like, I'm into this. I think if this is a situation in which you are allowed to have that moment, go have it. Go hit your shower. Know that everybody in that bullpen or that dugout still has your back, but just knows that the frustration has piled up and you're just ready to let some out. And then maybe you see everybody else be like, damn. Good to see Q do that. But I also would have liked to see maybe Bobby do that. I know that's not his thing. That's not his swag. He's more of a cool, complex, quiet guy. But boy, it would have been great to see Bobby kind of lose his lid a little bit and, again, show the frustration that has been this up and down season at a 47-50 record.
Well, and that's the thing. That was the perfect moment for Q to show that he was angry. You don't do it all the time. It doesn't hold weight. Nobody buys into it if you're doing it all the time. You ever work with somebody who yells and screams all the time? I did for a while, and it was not fun. Every day it was something else, and eventually it just kind of wears off, and you don't listen to it anymore. Q's not that type of guy, and I think the most successful coaches in professional sports and high-level collegiate sports, they're usually that cool, calm, and collected. But when they react and they go crazy and they go berserk, it means something. You have to pick and choose those circumstances. You don't do it every day. Q had that perfect opportunity to be that guy on Saturday after that Bobby Witt call, and he chose not to be that guy. And that's not Bob Fescoe saying that. Even the Mets broadcast that I was watching on Saturday was saying that. Ron Darling was like, "Oh, regardless of what happens here, this is probably going to be Q's last pitch anyway, because he should go out there and argue this call." You're not arguing against the call. You're not arguing the people in New York. That was the moment where the frustration had finally boiled over. You see it on the basketball court all the time. Coaches get a technical foul, and you're like, what the hell did he get a technical foul there? And it motivates his team. It moves his team in the right direction. It shows he's got their back. And Q had that opportunity on Saturday to show everybody about the frustration, because at that point in time, you got your teeth kicked in on Friday night, which should have been a win. You're about ready to lose that game on Saturday. Fan interest is waning. The season is starting to slip away. That game has already slipped away. It was the perfect opportunity for the guy that's always cool, calm, and collected to go out there and show a little bit of red ass. We even see it from Andy Reid. He's cool, calm, and collected. Ned was cool, calm, and collected for the most part. But when they reacted, it sent a message, and you're like, whoa. And that right before the All-Star break in a season that is slowly slipping away from you, you had an opportunity to go out there and let all that frustration out, and you chose not to. I would have argued that call. And I'm not a big go out there and scream and yell and do all that kind of stuff, because I don't think it works if you do it a lot. But in certain moments, it carries weight. And I think that was a missed opportunity by Q on Saturday.
And the same play kind of happened to Tyler Tolbert the night before.
Yes, that was the other thing.
And because, somebody had brought up, so crash out over the right call. I don't think that makes sense, but okay. And I responded. I said, yeah, but it's a call that has so many loose ends in baseball. He's safe, but then he, pops up because momentum, and then he's not safe. It's look, and it's kind of similar to when the Derek Carr, Chris Jones play happened, or I'm sorry, the Marcus Mariota, Derek Johnson play happened, where they're like, forward progress. You go back and look at replay, and you're like, well, technically it's the right call, but it's like, yeah, but what's the call? How come it always has this sort of difference in when it happens at, it's this because technically this, but there's also he's safe, but then he's not because it's the longevity of the play. It's like, that's the type of play where you're like, I'm tired of the BS, that type of stuff. It's not a clear cut, they looked at the review of ball and strike, and it was a ball outside, and then Q goes out there, he's like, oh, I'm tired of this strike zone. It's different because it's just one of those things where maybe not even that. Just get your ass out of the dugout and go throw a little bit of stuff where because these managers know what they can get away with without getting ejected. And Q could have just been like, well, this is just a dumb rule. I don't know. It's
no,
something.
you argue. You just go out there and you scream and yell and you show that fight. You show your players that you got their back. You show the fans that you got their back. You show management that you're still fighting tooth and nail for this ball club. And I know he is and all of that. And this is a minor blip on his managerial screen. But I think if he has to do it over again, I think he looks at that moment as that moment where sometimes you go out there and you just yell at the umpire and say, throw me out of the game right now, throw me out of the game right now. And then the umpire ejects you and throws you out of the game. You're trying to get your team fired up. You're trying to get your crowd fired up. You're trying to, do something in that moment. Again, back to the technical fouls. It seems like every time a coach in college gets one, the team kind of takes off. It's a wake-up call. It wakes up the team. Holy cow, coach is pissed. We aren't playing well. And it makes you look inside yourself. That could have been one of those frustrated moments where he's pissed at his team, too. Like, why are we in this situation? We're a better team than this. And maybe that's what boils over, and that's what sends Q out there to argue. But he had that perfect moment gift wrap for him. And again, even Ron Darling and the Mets broadcast were all like, he's got to go get tossed. He's got to argue this call. If that's me, I'm arguing this call. That's a dude who pitched for 20 years in the big leagues and has been calling games for 20 years now. He's got a clue on what, needs to happen during the course of a baseball game. And when the Mets broadcasters were adamant that he needed to go out there and argue this call, regardless of what the review said, that's when I was like, yeah, this is that moment where we need to see Q erupt. And we didn't.
No doubt about it. Again, it wasn't necessarily just the call. It's just the whole situation. Like having Jazz Chisholm say he's going to slap him in the face,
right.
Having, games that happen in certain ways, having the way the season is. And then that happens a day after what happened earlier with Tolbert with, I don't know, just whatever.
Yeah,
man.
no,
I just thought that was one of those
yep.
moments where you could have just let it all out. And at least people would have been like, all right, well, he showed passion because that's what all of you want to see from the text line. But now all of you want to argue and say, well, why get mad about the wrong call? The moment of the call, the moment of how it happened, like he's safe, he's clearly there. Oh, but when he slid through the bag and he popped up, they got him because, physical force of going forward.
It's science. Like,
and
there's
all
nothing
this
you can
I
do.
want to see passion. Well, I don't want to see passion when it's doing the right call. Coming up on the other side, we talk about Trey Smith's deadline plus predictions of the AFC West. All here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan.
My friends over at Park and Go want to help you have a smooth summer vacation, and it is wonderful to park at Park and Go. In fact, we'll be parking at Park and Go in the near future because we're going to be headed out of town. And you know what happens at Park and Go? You get all covered parking, so your car is always protected when you're out of town. You get great customer service, so you always know you're going to make your flight, and you're going to be able to get their lowest possible rate that they have because when you prepay and book online, you are going to save a ton of money with Park and Go. So what I do is after I make my flight reservation, I go to bookparkandgo.com, and that's where I make my parking reservation. Then I prepay to save that money. I show up on the day of my flight. They direct me to the spot that they have reserved specifically for me that's covered, and as soon as I get there, the van meets me and takes me right to the airport terminal. And then when I get back, it's even better because the last thing you want to do is wait for a bus. You're tired after a trip. Grab your bags, walk outside. The Park and Go bus is there, and it takes you right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent Parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Rawhide Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Rawhide Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Well, big times are coming up at Hy-Vee, and I was there yesterday because we love going to Hy-Vee. We love going up and down the aisles, finding all those ways to save money. And in fact, I saved some money on gas yesterday. I saved over $1 on gas. Next time I fill up per gallon, that number is going to roll back big time at the pump. And I love great deals, so you don't want to miss Hy-Vee's 5-day sidewalk sale this Wednesday through Sunday. You can stock up on summertime favorites like Roma pizzas, 4 for $10, and Frito-Lay chips, just $1.99. You don't have to sacrifice quality and service to get the best prices in town. Hy-Vee has it all, and it all goes down this week, Wednesday through Sunday, the 5-day sidewalk sale only at Hy-Vee.
When you think home insurance, you think boring and complex, right? Wrong. Allstate is now changing the game with our new and improved home insurance. And it all starts with a simplified shopping experience. Our latest online quoting tool gives you confidence in not only knowing you have the right protection, but our lowest price, too. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings and prices vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Thank you, KC, for voting Century Roofing the best roofing company in the Metro in the Star's 2025 KC Favorites competition. After 35 years, we're giving back to you by extending our free material upgrade sale through the end of the year. Get a free upgrade to impact-resistant shingles with any roof replacement for better protection and possible insurance savings. Trust the best, Century Roofing. Visit CenturyRoofingKC.com for your free estimate today.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Century Roofing, we've got you covered, KC.
Today, expect patchy fog in the morning, followed by sunny skies with a high of 91.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Player under a franchise tag in the NFL just so happens to be in Kansas City. Of course, right? Like, am I the only one to think that? Like, of course, there's nobody else under a franchise tag.
That's
and the
crazy,
only one
right?
is Trey Smith, who has until tomorrow at 3 o'clock Central Time, 4 o'clock Eastern. That's how it works, Mac. Tell you something, Mac. And
tell you about time zones, Mac. It's either sun moves across the sky and boom.
I kind of feel bad about the East Coast people.
It sucks, man. Let me tell you, growing up as a kid, it blew.
Like they sound.
Yeah, I mean, it does. I mean, like Monday Night Football would start at 9 o'clock when I was a kid. 9 o'clock.
Imagine being a Chiefs fan on the East Coast. All right, this game's going to start at 8:25.
Imagine being any fan on the East Coast.
Sucks,
when I was at
man.
9 o'clock is when kickoff would be. Never saw a full game of Monday Night Football.
All those people on the West Side are like,
yeah.
Exactly.
5:30 kickoff on Sunday. Couldn't ask for a better time.
I loved Mountain Time.
I was going to say Mountain Time has to be the best
it was
sports
glorious.
watching time zone, right?
It was glorious.
It has to be. There's not many teams there, right? You
Is
got
that
your
our poll
Denver.
question?
Yeah, what's the best time
What's
zone
the best
for sports?
time zone for sports?
I think it is. Like, a lot of people will say the Pacific time zone is good.
Specific.
but it's not as good as the Mountain Time Zone. Like, you get games at 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. for the NFL, right? 2, 3. So by 5 o'clock, right in time to get ready for dinner and put Sunday night to bed. The games are wrapping up. Late game starts at, 6:30 Mountain Time, over by 9:30.
I just love the name.
It's a great name. Yeah.
It's like Central, Eastern, West.
Pacific.
Yeah, Pacific. And then it's Mountain.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But there's only like Denver and sometimes Phoenix, depending on what time of the year. And then that is it. Or I guess, is Salt Lake in the Mountain Time
Salt
Zone?
Lake City, I think, would be,
considered there. So you've got 3 cities. So there's not a lot of teams in that time zone.
Yeah.
But I am envious all the time of people in Mountain Time Zone getting to watch those games, because the time we get up in the morning, the earlier the better for everything. And I'm a little selfish in that. But I think everybody would say the East Coast is the worst time zone for sports.
For sure.
And then you got Mountain probably number 1. I would guess Pacific number 2, Central 3, and then East Coast number 4.
I'm just thinking about those NBA playoff games on the West Coast that start at 9 here. So you're done with an NBA playoff game on the East Coast at 1 a.m.?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, who's doing that,
No, I'm out.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
was out on Central Time.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult. The older you get to stay, that's why people who get older are like, I don't care about this anymore. I'm going to bed.
Sleep.
They're out. The sleep is more important than staying up. But my dad would never let me watch a game at night. And then if you're an East Coast baseball team and you're playing on the West Coast, 10 p.m. first pitch.
Sucks. I used to hate the West Coast trip when I was producing Royals games. Like, yep, you got all Seattle games. Like, I'll be home about 2:30.
And then back in those days, the only way to get the score the next day was in the newspaper. Well, those games ended so late, they were never in the paper the next day.
Dang. So how did you find out?
You didn't. You waited to the next day.
Life was tough. So Adam Schefter tweets, Chiefs have until 4 p.m. Eastern time, Tuesday, to sign franchise tag guard Trey Smith to a multi-year contract extension. Smith will earn $23.4 million on the franchise tag if a long-term deal cannot be completed by Tuesday's deadline. And then Nate Taylor of ESPN now, congrats to him on the job. Trey Smith is the one lone player on the NFL's franchise tag because, of course, it's always something with the Chiefs, right? Yes or no that a deal gets done. Simple as that.
Okay, let me walk through this a little bit, how I'm thinking.
Let me tell you something, Mac.
During the Chris Jones stuff, there was a lot of chatter. A lot of people thought it was going to get done. Going to be done, right? Going to be no big deal. We're going to get it done. He may miss a day at training camp, no big deal. Fast forward opening day, Detroit Lions are on the field. He's up in the booth with 2 guys in JCPenney/Kohl suits, right? This year, there's been no kind of communication whatsoever. It's been freaking silent, right? Freaking silent, man, with this Chris Jones or with this Trey Smith situation. So I'm judging it based on that. When it was loud, nothing got done. When it's quiet, maybe something will get done. So I'm optimistic that something will get done. Optimistic doesn't mean it's going to get done, though.
Yeah.
I'd like to think it does, but I don't
he's
know.
playing the whole year on the franchise tag.
I don't think that.
I agree.
I think that's kind of.
I think we can be spoilers, and hopefully I'm wrong, and we have some solidification of his career in Kansas City. But I have to bet $23.4 million. There's that typical NFL, the NFL. Hey, that's a lot of money. You prove this, you're locked up for life.
But the other thing is, if you're Trey Smith, man, you're risking a lot.
It's a big risk.
There is no insurance policy with the franchise tag. That's why players hate it. Yes, he's going to get $23.5 million divided by 2, and that's how much he ends up with. But that is a far cry from a big signing bonus that he would get or guaranteed money in a contract that he would get. That's why playing on that franchise tag is such a dangerous proposition for him, because if he gets injured and he misses a majority of this season, he ain't getting paid. I mean, and that sucks. So you have to follow that balancing act, right? Do I want to go out there and bet on myself? A lot of players like to do that. It's a risk. It is. It is a big-time risk.
It's also a risk for the franchise. If he goes out there, doesn't get hurt, and he's a UFA,
100%.
Then all of a sudden he has the option to get a lot more money elsewhere where the Chiefs are like, well, we're going to get a lot of money, but we're going to get that much.
Right,
I guess
exactly.
you can go play there. Then it's,
You go play for Carolina and never be heard from again, but you make your money. You already got your rings. It's the perfect way to end your career. So I see it both ways for both the franchise and for the player on the franchise tag. It's why these players hate the franchise tag. I remember when the franchise tag first came out and Reggie White left for free agency and went to Green Bay, and that was the big first free agent move in football. I remember that franchise tag as a kid thinking, man, this is really cool. You get to claim your players that you want to keep, and it's good for the fans. Yeah, it is, maybe. But it's not good for the players. And then it causes the animosity. And then you have to wonder, like, if you're Trey Smith or anybody going into that final year and at the end of this year, you don't know what's going to happen at the end, where you're going to be, what's going to happen, what your job's going to be. That may change things up a little bit. So in a perfect world, you get a deal done that works for both parties in the next 24 hours, 30 hours, whatever it is, and everybody just breathes a sigh of relief. It's better for both to have a long-term deal done than to go into the season on the franchise tag for either side.
I think you're right. I think from a risk perspective, you're right. But if you're Trey Smith, the reward perspective is there. I mean,
huge.
It's huge. I mean, 23.5, you're already the highest paid interior lineman by over $2 million this season. That's what the franchise tag means for him this year. Highest paid interior lineman by over $2 million. That's not going to happen on his long-term contract. So, boom, right off the bat, I'm going to be the highest paid guard or center for 1 year. If I play well and play like I have this season or these past few seasons, and you look at Trey Smith, this is a guy who's bet on himself his whole career. Blood clots, what do I have to do? I've got to keep playing football. I've got to risk my life. I've got to get through this health scare and bet on myself to be the guy and be the player that I know I can be. He's done that. So for him, I think he's going to do that again this year, make a crap ton of money, and then be the highest paid guard in the league somewhere else other than Kansas City after this season.
Yeah.
But I think for him, it does make sense. I think it does.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you're saying there at all. I'm just, when I look at stuff like this, and maybe I show my hand a little bit too much, but I'm very conservative. I'd rather have the known versus the unknown. Even though it's up to me, there's a lot of things that can happen over the course of the season that aren't up to you, right? The dude next to you steps on your ankle and you're up the creek without a paddle, or what? Maybe you have a bad year or something like that. So I'm always very conservative about that. I'd rather take my money up front and know what I'm going to get than to go out there and try to risk it for what? I mean, I always think about the bad. I borrow trouble, right? I think about what bad could happen as opposed to what good could potentially happen.
There's a coaching change in the NFL from Adam Schefter, breaking about 29 minutes ago. Sony Electronics. They announced it is the new NFL coaches headset that will roll out for the use of all 32 teams this season. They've been designed with Sony's noise-canceling tech to block out crowd noise, isolate coaches' vocals, and operate in harsh weather conditions.
Why hasn't this been done before?
Yeah, I was really like, what? Okay.
They're already in use during preseason practices and will debut in game during the Hall of Fame game on July 21st, where it will be really loud.
Oh, yeah.
And the conditions will be terrible.
Terrible.
So now coaches don't have an excuse when they come to Arrowhead.
Let's go. I love it. Yeah, I agree with you, Bob. I'm like, 2025, shouldn't we have
I've
this?
had noise-canceling headphones for 20 years. Like, shouldn't the NFL have been up on this? Like,
$1 trillion organization.
Yeah. Oh, you know what we need? Nobody can hear on the sidelines because it's so loud at stadiums. How about noise can? Nah, we don't need that.
Yeah, football's played in the winter. You probably have some for weather protection. Yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
20 years later, hey, we got this new technology called noise canceling. Thanks.
Block out crowd noise, isolate coach vocals, and operate in harsh weather conditions.
Were they not operating in harsh weather conditions?
Well, remember when
stuff would go out for sure.
Something, but I mean that's all electronics
we
too.
had tablets on the sideline before we had noise canceling headphones.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, instant replay on tablets before. Yeah, that's
I guess
crazy.
I just assumed all along they were noise canceling headphones.
So noise you can't cancel out is preseason coach of the year is Andy Reid.
That's right.
And then by the end of the year, he'll be the lowest odds to win.
That's right. That's exactly right. So the AP, who votes on Coach of the Year, came out with their preseason award. Andy Reid got 7 out of the 8 first-place votes. I don't know who got the other one. I couldn't figure that out. It wasn't somebody in the top 5, which is bizarre. It was not somebody in the top 5 of voting, and then they didn't list the rest of who voted for who or whatnot. But he took home 7 of the 8 first-place votes, basically a near-unanimous selection to be coach of the year. So in the preseason, everybody's smart. Everybody's got a clear sense of their mind and realizes that near unanimously, Andy Reid is the best coach of the league, right? He's the best coach going into the season. They will win, 12, 13 games. They will win their division. They will go to the playoffs, and Andy Reid won't even be in consideration for Coach of the Year. So he's the preseason Coach of the Year, then goes on and does everything he's supposed to do in the regular season, and then he won't even sniff Coach of the Year from the same people who voted him in as Coach of the Year in the preseason. Does that make sense?
Not at all. Currently, the worst odds to win Coach of the Year this year, Nick Sirianni at plus 10,000. Andy Reid plus 9,000, according to DraftKings. The favorites to win Coach of the Year are Max Guy and your guy, Mike Vrabel, and then Ben Johnson. And then Duval has third best odds, which we can get into those odds for Coach of the Year later on in the week. But yeah, could you imagine?
But it says Andy Reid was the most successful coach in the history of the Eagles before going to Kansas City and turning the Chiefs into a dynasty. He's the most successful coach in Kansas City Chiefs history. So he's the most successful coach in two organizations' history, and he's still active. Under Reid, the Chiefs have had 12 straight winning seasons, made 11 playoff appearances, won 9 consecutive titles, reached 5 Super Bowls in the past 6 years. Like, that sentence there is all you need to know about Andrew Walter Reid. Reid guided the Eagles to 5 NFC title games and 1 Super Bowl. He's 4th on the career wins list with 301 victories. And people want to doubt Andy Reid and whether or not the dynasty is over. The Chiefs have had 12 straight winning seasons, 11 playoff appearances, 9 consecutive West titles, and 5 Super Bowls in the past 6 years. That's just sick.
It's amazing. It's one of the best runs in sports ever.
Ever.
Any sport.
Ever.
It's insane.
Well, and I'm glad you brought up the AFC West because there are odds out for who wins the AFC West. Can we agree that last year Andy Reid went 15-2, didn't win it? This year, his division is probably the best it's been since he's been the head man for the Kansas City Chiefs. And the odds for the Chiefs to win that division are the favorites at minus 115, followed by the Chargers at plus 310, Broncos at plus 330, and the Raiders at plus 1,200. Broncos seem to be where all the money is being put on to win the division this year.
I think that if you're looking for long shot, if you will, I think Denver's the pick. You're not going to win any money betting the Chiefs to win the division, right? It's negative. So if you're looking for that, that sneaky long shot at plus 330, I think Denver's the smart play there. I think they're the second best team in the division. So if I have to pick somebody other than the Chiefs to win it, I'm going with Denver on this one.
I think I'd have to lean I think there's a lot of prop bets that we'll put for futures out there with MVP. Like you could pick right now on DraftKings, you can pick MVP plus Super Bowl winner. And Mahomes and the Chiefs is, I think, at like plus 3,500. If you think Mahomes, who's plus 700 to win the MVP this year in the NFL. But look, the Chargers, because you talk about the sophomore season for Daniels, right? This is a sophomore season for Bo Nix. Yeah. Like, tapes out, man. Everybody knows what your tendencies are. How do you evolve to the game that's evolved to you over the last, 5 months of the offseason that knows, hey, Denver's on our schedule. This is what Bo Nix is going to do. Chiefs obviously do their homework for the division. You have the Chargers coming back with, Harbaugh again, year 2. Herbert had a great year last year. I think the Raiders at plus 1,200 is about right because you don't know what we're going to see with Carroll and Geno and Ashton Genty, but also with Brock Bowers. It's going to look like a better team. But I look at all these odds, and they're not as big as they've been in the past, right? Like the Broncos might be like plus 600 or the Chargers might be like plus 450. It's now plus 310, plus 330 for the Chargers and the Broncos to win this division. It's not like it's a slam dunk for the Chiefs to do it. And plus everybody's always wondering, can they consistently do it every single year? Andy's there, Pat's there, Travis is there year 13. I'd like to see some receipts if people in Kansas City are not taking the Chiefs and and then what the reason why you would say. Yeah. Is it because you don't think that this team is as good as they've been in the past or whatever that reason may be? And I know it's going to be hard to find Kansas City and to not have the Chiefs winning the AFC West.
It's interesting, too, because we're talking about Andy Reid, and you mentioned 13, years with Travis Kelce, 12 straight winning seasons. This is year 13 now of Andy Reid. We're almost to that, time that the Patriots were a dynasty, guys. We're not far away from that 20-year run. We're on year 13 already of this run, and that's what it is. It's been 13 years of really having success. It's not just the last 5 years of this dynasty. The Reid dynasty here in Kansas City is going on year 13 and very strong in those years. Every year he's had a winning season in Kansas City. Only one time did he miss the playoffs, and that was year 2 when they went 9-7. So you look at the totality of this thing, we're on year 13 of essentially, year 20 of a dynasty that the New England Patriots had. The difference is our quarterback came here halfway through this dynasty, so we may end up with a 30-year dynasty by the time this is all said and done with Andy Reid about halfway there. I mean, when you think about it, about halfway there, right? If Patrick Mahomes gives you 10 more solid years of football, you're talking about year 23 and give him a couple more. You're talking about year 25. You're talking about a 25-year dynasty essentially here in Kansas City. Think about this as we were talking about. We're 25 years into this century. Imagine going 25 years, another decade of the Chiefs continuing to win, how great your life is going to be, right? It's going to be awesome, and fantastic and so, really, really cool to see all of that. But if I'm betting, I would take the Broncos, except somebody put a note in there that they're hearing a lot of betting on the Denver Broncos.
A lot of money.
A lot of money is going to the Broncos, which tells me when the public tends to do something, I kind of shy away from that thing. I like their defense a lot in Denver. I like Bo Nix. I like their quarterback head coach combination. That defense may get a little full of themselves, though. That's got the opportunity of a unit that's walking in thinking they've already arrived, and they get their teeth kicked in fairly early in the season. I could be wrong.
Somebody says, how long into the first half of the first game will there be headset issues in the NFL?
You get the rest of the week off. Oh, of course there are. And then neither side can use their headset. It's a mess. We're talking about this. This will be the topic of preseason, right? Because every coach is going to be asked about the new headsets because nobody else has anything to talk about. And then it'll be a controversy in the preseason. The headsets don't work. The game will kick off Friday night because that's the first real NFL game of the season, according to the NFL. Friday night, Chiefs and Chargers in Brazil, and we'll never hear about the headsets again.
Yes. And Sony will be like, please make the story go away.
It'd be like the uniforms in baseball were last year, at the beginning of the year, what a big to-do that was. And then as the season went on, nobody talked about them anymore. It will be, or the torpedo bat this year in baseball. Have we talked torpedo bat since April 15th?
Nah. Dead and gone.
Biggest story in sports for a couple of weeks.
For a hot minute, and it was gone. And that's when, because everybody started to say in baseball, we were using these last year. This is nothing new. And so everybody, all right, fine, move on. But there's always something like that. That text is great. It will be. First couple of weeks, it'll be all about the bitching and moaning about the headsets not working.
Someone says, we can have our conversation about Andy Reid only winning it once and not winning it since. Can't believe Mike Tomlin's never won Coach of the Year.
It's another one.
How many times has Tomlin won his division? Probably like 5.
Probably.
He's ran into Cincy and Baltimore in years here recently.
He's had that division has always been competitive,
Yeah, you got to win. Got to win 12 games or so, though. It's tough winning 9 or 10 every year and getting that Coach of the Year award.
Absolutely, yeah. But what if they do win 12 and him and Rodgers are sitting on top of that division?
That'd be crazy.
Boy, would it be great for this show. Coming up on the other side, it is the end of the show. It is a Monday. Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey, Dusty Likens here with you. We will get into what we have, which is called our brioche of the weekend. Guess what? I have 2 because MLB just did our station a huge favor with recognition, plus somebody won a lot of money. We'll dive into that on the other side with brioche of the weekend here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you,
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
You had a solid retirement dream. Sell your home in a few years, bank the equity, downsize, and travel. But with an unpredictable economy and the future feeling uncertain, you're wondering if that equity will still be there when you're ready. But what if you could bank that equity right now? With TrueHold, you could sell your home for its current value so you can access your equity today. You can bank the cash now and stay in the home you love with an easy standard lease. TrueHold even covers property taxes, insurance, and repairs. And since TrueHold hands over your equity in cash now, it's yours to do whatever you'd like. Don't let a shifting economy put your hard-earned equity at risk. Visit TrueHold.com and receive their competitive offer on your home in just 48 hours based on its best current value, not what's coming. Call 1-855-300-9393 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
I'm not sure I can take Alex seriously.
Does he still have the goatee?
Oh, he looks like Brad Paisley.
Oh, no.
He's got a goatee and a hat on today. Said it looked like you went to a Billy Currington concert over the weekend and didn't get out of it. Oh, it's a vibe, man. I'll tell you that much.
I got to look. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, dude. I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie. I think he looks young. Yeah, he did get hotter. There's no question about it.
He said he was afraid of shaving it because he might have a sunburn line where his goatee is.
Oh, geez. That's insane. Oh, man. Let me ask you this. And you're more into this, Mac, than maybe. Is Mac back there? I can't see. There he is. There's a terrible glare from my end here.
Okay.
Can somebody explain to me, maybe you guys that are into this fantasy stuff more than I am, what the hell is Jawan Jennings doing, holding out?
That's just par for the course in San Francisco for a receiver.
I mean,
it was Debo, it was Ayuk, and now it's Jennings. And he knows he's their number one wide receiver.
I guess.
He's got a little bit of clout.
Number two, yeah.
Who's number one? Ayuk.
Yeah. Ayuk, yeah.
But even still, like I understand, like he's got a little bit. He's scheduled to make $7.5 million this season. Final year of his deal. Wants a new trade or wants a new deal. And I would say, like, why haven't we heard about this all offseason? But this is the perfect time to do it. You're getting ready to get it. Timing is perfect. But I want to know from your standpoint, is he kind of like thinking highly of himself in this situation, or is this a good holdout, for lack of a better term?
I would read it as like he's calling San Francisco's bluff, and he knows what he's done these last couple of years, and he would look back at the playoffs 2 years ago and be like, I was your number one option when Debo was hurt and Brandon Ayuk wasn't catching passes. Like, you know who you were going to in the end of the games. Purdy was looking at. That was me. Like, I've been here. You drafted me, and I think it's him calling their bluff, kind of like, hey, man, this window's closing, and I'm in my prime. So if you want to keep me, fine. But if not, like, you're going to lose McCaffrey, you're going to lose Kittle. Like, you need me. I think that's probably what he's looking at.
Yeah, I think he's probably right to do that.
It was lost Debo.
Yeah.
Debo's got exactly. Yeah.
It's just kind of one of those, like, I'm like, that guy? It's
yes.
That's just a weird one. Like, I wasn't expecting that on a Monday.
I agree.
To see, Juwan Jennings is the guy that was, announcing his holdout from training camp, and he wasn't going to show up. San Francisco's in a very interesting spot. They just signed their quarterback, but as Danon Hughes always talks about, he's not a win because of guy, he's a win with guy. And so you do have to surround him. And I think these weapons understand.
Jaylen Herz?
Yeah, right. I think these weapons understand that, they're there and they make Brock Purdy better. And Jaylen Herz won without Saquon Barkley. I mean, Brock Purdy hasn't really won without anybody yet.
So you think Hertz is a win because of?
Yeah, I do. I do. Yeah, wow. I do. He's been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, guys. Eventually, you're gonna have to wake up and say that Jaylen Herz is a good quarterback, leads his team.
Again, good and win because of, are just very different. Yeah, I just wouldn't. Yeah, different class. I think we'll see it this year.
Was Alex Smith the win because of, or
for sure no?
No,
for sure no. I win
That's
with.
the class he's in. That's where they have him comped as Alex Smith.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Who, Brock Purdy?
No,
Jaylen Herz.
Yeah.
But I think I said yesterday or last week on the air, I'd have him closer to Brock Purdy than I would Patrick Mahomes.
You might have said it yesterday.
You might have said that today.
Too.
Yeah. But no, I mean that's of course he's closer to Brock Purdy than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody's close to Patrick Mahomes, but that's just me. I think he's on a different planet.
Yeah, I don't think that's an insult when saying that. But yeah, good and great. I mean, how many win withs or win because of rather are there? 4, 5?
5 or 6.
Yeah, maybe 6. Yep.
Yeah. Lamar, Burrow, Pat, Herbert.
It's the same
Allen,
list.
Daniels.
Herbert, I wouldn't put on that list.
I don't know if I put him there, but I like
Stafford.
Yeah, maybe Stafford. Maybe it is just 5.
Maybe Goff.
No, I think he's in that win.
Because he's got 2 running backs and 2 pretty solid wide receivers.
Yeah,
and a great
look what he had in L.A. too. All kinds of weapons. Yeah,
very good casts.
Yeah,
I think he's probably that Alex Smithy sort of tier as well.
Okay.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy. Love that. Yeah, good take.
I'll give mine. There's 2. I want to give credit where credit's due. Shout out to Cody and Gold for the Whittisons. Woo. For the whole week. I didn't know what the hell they were doing. Boy, did they nail it.
They did.
MLB Network, or MLB just in general, at MLB, 13.6 million followers, took a picture of Bobby Witt and the guy they picked to be the Bobby Witt impersonator, and said there was a Bobby Witt Jr. lookalike contest at the Royals game yesterday. Obviously, this guy won. The picture's absolutely absurd how much this guy actually just
thought it was
their
Bobby.
lap. And the comments below are like, so this was over quickly. That's actually Bobby. So good to them. They got it done. They got a couple of defensive plays by Bobby Witt Jr. Got to see the walk-off win. A good day for our comrades over here from 10 to 2, who you'll hear in just a little bit. Alex still rocking the goatee plus a hat. I've never seen Gold wear a hat, let alone wear a goatee. He looks exactly like Brad Paisley, so maybe he'll check Cody for ticks. My other brioche of the weekend goes to what we all wish we could finally do once in our lives, and that's hit a massive parlay. Some guy did this yesterday, and I can't believe it. He bet $10 on a 15-leg MLB parlay where he just picked the money line for every game. The 15-leg parlay was plus 917,357. The $10 actually hit, and the guy won $91,745 on a $10 bet. Brioche,
how to make money on this. I really want to.
Brioche.
Damn.
You're going to Hawaii next week, dude, if you win that bet. Max buying Valvoline if he wins that bet.
How much did he win? $91,000?
$91,745.72.
So divided by 2, it's about $50 grand, not enough to walk away, but it sets you up, man. It's a really nice payout.
Yes.
Yeah, you take that in a heartbeat.
Well, the government's going to take away that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like by the time you figure it out, you're about less than $50 grand probably. But
what a hit!
I mean, seriously, what a hit! I mean, it's insanity, right?
$10 to win 91.7K.
Gosh, I love them.
Was it
just to have that feeling? Dude.
Crazy. It was just 15 games. That what you said? It was just
15
money line.
leg MLB
yesterday.
parlay. Just took the money line.
Who do you think's going to win this one? Yankees. This
Boom.
one, Mets. This one, Pirates.
Imagine him watching
this
that
one,
Royals
A's.
game. Oh God, Stevens!
Please.
Oh yeah, the ups and downs that he probably had
I believe
yesterday. It's awesome. That's
crazy.
cool. That's a dream. It'll never happen again. Do not bet again if you're that guy. Right?
It's a hole in one.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You walk off the course, you walk out of the casino, you're out after something like that.
What did they do to us?
Yeah, Mac, who do you have on your list today?
I'll go Beckers versus Clark. Two of the young up-and-comers, two of the best players in the WNBA. Beckers, 21 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. She shot really well, too. Caitlin Clark, not as good shooting percentages, but she had 14 points, 13 assists, and the Fever routed out the Wings. So that was fun. I watched a little bit of that. It was good.
Good.
Sophie Cunningham had 13 points.
There we go.
I'm going to go ahead and give it to the new referees that they were training in soccer this weekend because there was an incident on Saturday, and I've told the story earlier in the show. When we started, we had a soccer kind of tournament this weekend. It was the high school kids kind of playing not under their high school name, but their high school kids, and it was essentially to give these referees that were new an opportunity to have practice. And they sent out this list ahead of time that this is what was going to happen. The referees are here. They're learning. Bear with them. It'd be a little clunky. No big deal. This is a tournament basically for them. You're not winning anything. You're not, the whole 9 yards. Of course, on Saturday, we get down to it where there's parents for the game in front of us that are screaming at the referees. And I'm thinking to myself, this is why nobody wants to be an official at any level, anywhere, and why we have bad officials in Major League Baseball and in the NFL, because nobody's getting into it anymore. And we're not able to move guys and gals up the ladder because they don't want to take the abuse from Karen that was sitting there on Saturday over at Shields screaming at referees on a penalty kick in a tournament that was taking place in July that means nothing. And the kids were basically there to facilitate games for the referees to have the opportunity to learn. And so she started yelling at the referees, and finally one mother said they're practicing, it's this is practice for the referees, just let it go. She still was after the referees, and so their game ends, our game begins, we're switching seats out, and she says, I hope you have better officials than we did. I said, look, they're here learning. She goes, well, then they ought to go back to school. Well, people like you
really got
ruin sports for kids, and you ruin sports for the referees and everybody involved. Like, sports for the youth isn't ruined by the kids. It's ruined by the parents who seemingly can't understand that this is youth sports and your kid is not getting a scholarship. I don't care what you think about your child. They're not probably going to get a scholarship and play professionally. They're going to have something else to do. And it's July and it's noon and you're at Shields on turf and it's hot and you're screaming at referees. It makes absolutely no sense at all, especially when this tournament was essentially developed to give the referees the opportunity to learn how to be referees. So when the real season starts, they're not making the mistakes that they may have been making in these games. So I give shout out to those, those kids and folks who are taking on these jobs as referees, and in their first games are getting yelled at by Karen and her silver minivan and her large venti, 1,000-calorie drink from Starbucks.
We're trying to help you. We're trying to get better. We're here to improve.
Right.
Could you? Yeah, jeez, man.
Just give us a break.
That's ridiculous.
And it was sent out ahead of time. We all knew this going in.
We warned you. We told you.
And even if you didn't know,
crazy.
and even if you didn't know it going in, why are you yelling at referees at a July tournament? That means nothing at the end of the day. Everybody wants to play well and do their thing, but you weren't winning trophies, you weren't getting scholarships, nothing like that.
Right.
Janae on the text line in all caps says, "Preach, Bob."
I know, Janae. I hear you deal with every day, my dear. I know you do.
From the 913, my brioche of the week was the delicious brioche buns I used last night for my brats.
There you go.
Been trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Smash. That's where the whole conversation and the bit started. We all went and got IV and got the brioche buns. Like, that was so good this week. When wait a minute.
Yeah, brioche bun makes the difference. Yeah, it was brioche, man.
Home Run Derby tonight. You guys going to tune in?
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Cal Raleigh, James Wood.
I'll take the Buxton.
You're going to take Byron?
I'm going Byron.
I'm going to throw a little $10 square.
I got Brent Rooker.
Okay.
Okay, we each got our guy.
So Rooker, Buxton, Wood.
None of them are winning.
That's exactly
Matt Olson. Plus 800, the hometown guy.
Yeah.
Who's not the hometown guy.
O'Neill Cruz.
Somebody says, what if they're planting Karens in the crowd to show the refs learn what it's like? I don't hate that. But I don't think they were. That's the problem. Hey, we got an announcement for you tomorrow. You want to listen to the show tomorrow. Plus, we got Denny Matthews later on in the week because that man's getting married. So we bring Denny Matthews in studio on Thursday for all of you to enjoy. But go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. Simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe. Cody Golden Drew coming up next from 10 to 2.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station.